Testing. Great. Yeah, so thanks everyone for coming and waking up so early. I know developers don't wake up before 10 a.m. normally, so it's great to see everyone here. Um, I'd like to introduce Maria from Electric Capital. Electric Capital is one of the premier venture funds in San Francisco. They've been around a long time, and they create the gold standard developer report every year. Specifically, Maria creates it. So this is like the #1 authority on what's going on in crypto. So yeah, I think you guys are gonna. It's a good thing you woke up. So this will be a great talk. So without further ado, here's Maria.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was such a kind intro. We're going to be looking at a lot of charts, which is the best thing to look at first thing in the morning. All right, we're going to first look at, well, actually, maybe just a really brief introduction. Electric Capital is an early stage crypto-focused VC firm, so we only invest in crypto. And I think one of the really unique things about us is everyone on the investment team has an engineering background. So I joined crypto full time in 2018. Before that, I was CTO, co-founder of my own startup. Prior to that, spent some time at Microsoft. The investment team has been early at places like VMware and Facebook and have led large engineering teams. And so one of the things that we were really interested in or kind of really fascinated by is how uniquely open source crypto is. And if you think about it, no other industry that's growing and at its peak worth $1 trillion, $3 trillion is like that, and lets you have an insight into what developers are building, how many developers, what does growth and churn look like. And we think developers are really one of the most interesting things to look at and the leading indicator of value, because developers build the tools that bring in more developers, but they also build the applications on top that bring in users. And so developer health, where developers are building, are really just, for us, one of the most interesting metrics to look at. So anyways, without further ado, I tailored a lot of this to Ethereum specifically, but I think we can start off by looking across all of crypto to see what it looks like. So right now we're at 23,121 monthly active developers in crypto. This is really important to note that this is open source only. And open source is, kind of some of the lifeblood in crypto. Bitcoin's open source, Ethereum's open source, Cosmos is heavily open source as an entire ecosystem, not to mention that the protocol, of course, is open source. But also a lot of people work in closed source, right? If you think about Coinbase employees, they're all working in closed source and they're in crypto. A lot of game developers are closed source. And so all this to say that this only looks at open source developers. What is a monthly active developer? A monthly active developer is any developer who commits to open source, to an open source crypto repository in a 28-day rolling window. And so basically what this is saying is on April 1st, in the preceding 28 days, you had 23,121 developers contribute code. So that's the way to kind of read and understand this graph and contextualize it. And again, this is an undercounting of all devs in crypto. One way to kind of break down these numbers a little bit more is that not all developers are contributing equally. If you were to break down how many days in a 28-day period developers are actually contributing code, it turns out that only about 20% of developers contribute 10 or more days. And then you have 50% of developers that contribute 2 to 9 days in a 28-day period. And then about 30% of developers have just kind of 1 day of contribution. And so that roughly kind of maps to definitions around full-time, part-time, and one-time developers. And so that's how we've segmented the data. Just to add a little bit more color, full-time developers you can think of as the people who have received grants or working, obviously full-time in the space. Part-time developers tend to be nights and weekends, hackathon participants. One-time developers are usually someone kind of coming in, updating the documentation, maybe updating their validator profile. And if you were to segment, this is a graph looking at monthly active commits. There's close to 600,000 monthly active commits in open source crypto, so more than 500,000 monthly commits. If you look at who's making those commits, it turns out that full-time developers are committing most of the code, and that's unsurprising. But it is important to note that this means that 20% of developers contribute most of the code in crypto. And you can see that they commit. So 20% of developers do 80% of the commits in crypto. And so then if we were to segment this number, so I think one of the really noticeable things for us is that developers have fallen, if we were to look year over year, they've fallen 12%. And so to kind of understand who left crypto, it's really interesting to kind of then break it down into full-time, part-time, and one-time developers again. And if we were to do that, then we can see that full-time developers, who again are the ones to push the most code, are also the ones who are most likely to stay when market conditions are not we're in a bear market, and so are more likely to stay in a bear market. And that 65% or 64% of developers who leave are actually part-time and one-time developers. And about 50% of developers who leave are part-time developers. So what this is saying, I think, and another way of phrasing this is that people who are really committed to the space and who are writing most of the code, they're still here. People who are kind of peeking their head in, participating in hackathons, those numbers have gone down. What's also really interesting is to see who left by the year in which they joined. And so this is kind of saying that 50%, I guess this is 47% of developers who joined in 2022 and 2021, so in the bull market, left once market conditions calmed down a bit. Anyway, so that's high level crypto. Now let's dive into Ethereum a little bit more. So Ethereum is at 5,917 monthly active developers. Ethereum is one of the biggest developer ecosystems in crypto. There's about just shy of 2,000 monthly active full-time developers. Again, this is only looking at open source developers. If we were to kind of look at like growth metrics for Ethereum developers, this is looking at, this is the, let's see if I can, okay, is there a laser? Oh yes, okay. So this is the total monthly developers. These are new developers coming into the space. This is retained developers, resurrected, and then this is churned. I think what's really fascinating here is like, yes, we do see kind of this decline, and this kind of matches, I think, everyone's intuitions around why is there a decline in the number of developers? Well, it turns out it's just because there are fewer new developers joining Ethereum. And this is another way to look at that as well. If you were to normalize the data, then you can see that retained and resurrected are now are kind of squeezing down the green bit over here. And so the number of new developers is representing less of a share of total active developers in Ethereum. But that being said, so here's a look at the number of developers by the month that they joined. And so this is like monthly new developers that join Ethereum. You can see that kind of right now we're hovering around like 800, 868, 871 monthly active new developers, which is very remarkable if you think about it. For a developer to come in and contribute open source code, there's actually a lot of barriers to doing that. You kind of have to understand the documentation, you have to make a pull request. And so it's still very healthy numbers, but obviously down from the peaks in terms of new developers. So that's just another way of looking at this data. If we were to aggregate it by year, I think we can really see the remarkable growth in new developers that are joining Ethereum. Last year, we had over 16,000 new developers contribute to open source Ethereum for the first time. And if you were to just compare that with, where we were before, we were at around 6,000. So 2018, we were at 6,000. That was another kind of market peak. So the 2017, 2018 bull market, you can definitely see brought in a lot of new developers, to 6,000 new developers contributing to open source Ethereum. But then the new bull market actually brought in 12,000. And so the influx of developers is really increasing for Ethereum. And 20% of new developers that join crypto, period, actually join Ethereum first. So this is one of, this actually I think should be the biggest ecosystem that pulls in new developers for crypto. So any new developers interfacing with crypto, 20% of them are actually just kind of touching Ethereum for the first time. Another way to look at this data is not to look at kind of open source contributions, but also to look at the number of verified contracts and the data that's on chain. And that's a segment of data that we're increasingly looking into as well. But if we were to look at that, it's very clear that the number of verified contracts on Ethereum is growing very, very quickly. And has increased 5x since 2020. And at this point, the number of, so this is for Ethereum deployed smart contracts, all of them in aggregate have 290 million lines of code, which actually makes it one of the biggest code bases on Earth, which is really fascinating and really remarkable as well. And I think it's really useful to kind of think about a lot of these numbers and think about crypto in context. We saw this kind of 12, 13% decline in the number of developers overall. But I think one of the things that is really remarkable to me and really motivates me is when I think about how far we've really come in like the years since Bitcoin was launched. So this is Satoshi's original post where he says like, hey, here's some open source C++ code, right? This is the post that kind of kicked off everything. This was in 2009. And so in 2009, we had one developer. And by the time Ethereum launched in 2015, we had 1,000 monthly active developers. So 1,164 monthly active developers. It took us 7 years to get from one developer, one monthly active developer to 1,000. And then in the next 7 years, we actually gained more than 20,000 monthly active developers. So I think the growth trajectory is really remarkable and something that I just personally love reflecting on. The other thing that's interesting is because we've been tracking this data since 2018, I'm going to try to think of the best way to explain this chart. So we have this, there are all these different ecosystems in crypto, right? So crypto, there's a monolithic whole, but then there are ecosystems like Ethereum. But then within Ethereum, there's Curve, there's Uniswap, there's OpenSea. And then within some of these ecosystems, they have sub-ecosystems as well. So this is a view of what ecosystems looked like in 2018. You can see that there's a big circle here. So this is likely Ethereum. So this is all this is saying that is that we had a bunch of these tiny little ecosystems. And there were some big ones that had sub-ecosystems within where they had projects or dApps building on top of them, maybe is another way of putting it. And then this is 2023, right? So the complexity of the systems that's being built inside of crypto has really increased. And the number of people building in different ecosystems have increased as well. Yes. So likely the biggest bubbles are Cosmos, Ethereum, Polkadot, Solana. Those just because those are the biggest ecosystems with the most sub ecosystems within them. Yeah. And also the depth is increasing, right? So here we had depth 2, meaning that this is like, oh, this is probably Ethereum, and then maybe there's like, MakerDAO or something. So there's like depth 2. Now we're getting to like depth 4, right? So now we're saying, okay, one of these maybe is like maybe over here, right? As an example, like this might be Polygon. Polygon might have Lens. Lens might have like the various different orbs or whatever, the various different applications that's building in Lens. And so you have like these ecosystems are getting kind of nested deeper and deeper as well. And then the last note I'll end on is where this data comes from, because I would love for everyone to help contribute to this data as well. We have an open source taxonomy of all crypto repositories. So for us to understand, how big is Ethereum, we actually need to understand how many repositories belong to Ethereum. And a lot of this is an open source effort. We have more than 200 actually, at this point, I think we have more than 300 contributors that are helping us map out all the different open source repositories in crypto. And so if you are building an open source crypto, I would definitely encourage you to go here. You can scan the QR code, create a pull request to make sure that your repository is included as well, and that your work and your team's work is included in these developer numbers too. Cool. I'll end here. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, sure. How much do I have time to go through geographies? Got 4 minutes? Okay. Glad you asked that. I actually have like 50 slides, the appendix, and there are indeed geography data. For those of you who don't know, the annual report that we publish has like hundreds of slides. So I have an unlimited number of charts to show people. Okay, where are developers located? This is one of the most common questions that we get asked. Unfortunately, there's no great way of identifying where developers are, but there's 2 methodologies that we use. One is we use the timestamp at which they commit code. So depending on what time they commit code, we can roughly put them into a region of the world. It's not very precise because, for example, if you're committing in a US time zone, you could either be in the US or you can be in LATAM, right? So it's not very precise, but it kind of gives us one sense of where developers are located. The second way for us to tell is through what we call self-reported locations. Self-reported locations come from developers who actually put where they're located in their GitHub profile, or they put where they're located on their Twitter profile, and their Twitter is linked to their GitHub, and so then we hunt them down through Twitter. Either way, we do actually have a growing number of self-reported locations, but the bias to keep in mind is that this is not representative of the entire data set, right? This is just a subset. The biggest thing that I think is just like the most remarkable thing is that the US is losing share of developers very steadily. But how are other regions outside of the US doing? And so the US started with 42% share of all developers in crypto in 2018, went down to 29%. So regions outside of the US, the biggest regions are North America, Europe, Asia. And then if we were to kind of make that a little bit more granular, it's the US still dominating at 28%, followed by Europe, Asia, India, which is really remarkable as well, LATAM, UK, Africa as a continent is only 4%. But I think, here, I think what's really remarkable is that India actually has roughly the same share of developers as LATAM and Africa combined. And so certain countries have a big share of developers. And if we look at how devs grew across regions, yes, Africa may only be 4%, but okay, actually maybe 5%. The previous numbers probably need to be updated, but has actually grown a lot in the past 6 years. India, as you can see, is very strong growth here. Flattish Russia. Canada grew very quickly through 2017, 2018, and kind of has flattened since 2019. But the ones that are in decline are the US, again, with the sharpest decline, Europe with kind of flattish, a little bit of decline, and the UK. Oh, and Asia has grown a bit as well. And then if you look at the share of, you were to normalize the data, you can see that India, Africa, and LATAM are gaining crypto devs from the EU. Okay, I'll pause there. Hopefully that was maybe longer than 4 minutes. No problem. Thank you.
All right, and where can people find this report? Developerreport.com. Yeah, great presentation. So next up, we have Ian Lee from Merkle Science talking about the evolution of cross-chain bridges and dexes. So take it away, Ian.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to start off by saying I have no slides, so everybody's attention shall just be on me. I hope that's okay. Now, I know it's early in the morning, so having a presentation without slides could be a little bit challenging, so I'll try and make it as interesting as I can. Now, first off, I'd like to thank the organizers of BuildETH, for having us here today. My name is Ian Lee, and I'm part of the founding team at Merkle Science. For those of you who've not heard of us, Merkle Science provides predictive blockchain risk and intelligence monitoring services that empowers Web3 firms to detect and prevent the illicit use of cryptocurrency activity. That's just another fancy way of saying we're the guys who monitor all the digital asset movements and catch the bad guys, essentially. So as you can imagine, in a lot of crypto conferences, we're usually not that popular. We're not that popular among developers as well. When we talk about we're monitoring blockchains, we're stopping transactions, it seems to go against the ethos of a lot of blockchain believers, right? Removing intermediaries, all about decentralization. But I'm here to tell you that as unpopular as the topic is, it is very, very important. And it's crucial if we want to ensure that the blockchain ecosystem stays relevant in our financial system. Now, as one of the leading innovators of blockchain innovation today, we work with over 100 crypto companies, law enforcement agencies, and financial institutions to protect their Web3 business. Our mission is to build the infrastructure necessary to ensure the safe adoption of cryptocurrencies. Now, before starting and joining Merkle Science, I actually started my career as a capital markets lawyer. So as part of my job to evaluate businesses, making sure that they were safe for investment decisions. And as you can imagine, when crypto first became popular with the introduction of ICOs, a lot of people were mistakenly attracted to the investment opportunities in crypto and lost a lot of money. And it's unsurprising that with that backdrop, regulators have come down very hard on crypto firms and started introducing a lot of laws and regulations that seek to govern how this industry operates. And as much as we try and push back against the laws that they are introducing, there's only so much that we can do. And I'm here to tell you that there is a middle ground. There is things that we can do as part of the community to try and alleviate, this pressure that the government is putting on us. Now, I seldom speak to a room full of developers. I usually speak to business owners and compliance officers. So just as a show of hand, how many here are developers? Okay, and how many of you love compliance? Okay, there was no overlap between the hand raised for developers and those who love compliance. No surprise there. Now, as you know, blockchains are great. We all love them, which is why we're here, I hope. But they weren't designed very well initially. For example, most blockchains today are not natively capable of communicating with one another, which makes it challenging for projects and companies who seek to build interoperable systems cross-chain, or for individuals who are trying to move their assets from one chain to another. This makes blockchain interoperability vital in order for us to realize the full potential of a multi-chain ecosystem. And this is a topic that I want to talk about today: how cross-chain bridges and DEXs need to evolve to stay relevant. So I know we have a lot of developers here. For the benefit of those who may not be familiar, a cross-chain bridge is nothing more than an infrastructure layer that enables tokens or information to be transferred from one blockchain to another, right? If I want to move my Bitcoin to Ethereum, it's not as simple as saying, I just want to transact. I usually have to use a bridge. Now, some examples of cross-chain bridges include things like DEXs, which I'm sure a lot of you love using, cross-chain money markets, or simply to provide more generalized cross-chain functionality. Now, while cross-chain bridges are great in that they increase the utility of a token, it is undeniable that unfortunately it brings with it its own threats and risk. I'm going to pose a question to you guys, and I wonder how many of you would be brave to answer. How many of you got into crypto because of the darknet? I see one brave soul in the back who's raised his hand. Thank you, sir. Well, it's actually not that surprising. A lot of people who I speak to in a lot of events, when we really get into it over a couple of drinks, they start admitting that, hey, the darknet was really where they first encountered crypto, right? And it's not surprising because the earliest use case of crypto in the world, honestly, was by criminals as a means for buying illicit goods. Think about how you would buy something online today. Typically, you would use something like a credit card, right? Pre-crypto. And the problem with using a credit card or a bank transfer is the fact that a record of that transaction is stored somewhere, right? It's typically with a bank, with a payment provider, which requires you to do KYC. And this KYC, this acronym, which you probably hear a lot about, stands for Know Your Customer. And it's that process that business utilize in order to collect your information and verify that you're not a criminal, right? Because businesses are not allowed to money launder. Duh. And the way that they do that is to collect your personal information in order to verify that you are who you say you are and that you're not, sending them money from North Korea or Russia. Now, this is something that is prevalent today across centralized exchanges, right? A lot of them collect this information because the law requires them. And the law makes this mandatory because this is the only way that they can track how criminals are moving large amounts of funds. And by hindering the movement of these funds, it is also the most effective way that law enforcement can use to prevent money laundering. Now, the most effective way for a law enforcement officer today to identify a criminal using cryptocurrency is to trace his movement of cryptocurrency into one of these well-known exchanges in order to get this exchange to disclose vital information about who the user is. And because a lot of these centralized exchanges today do KYC because of regulation, law enforcement is effectively, being more effective when it comes to catching these criminals because of the cooperation of these big firms. Unsurprisingly, though, as regulation starts kicking in, more criminals are starting to turn to alternate means of transferring their funds, which means moving away from CeFi exchanges to cross-chain bridges and DEXs. And they do so for many reasons. One is the increased speed in which they can chain hop, right? Rather than wanting to send your funds into the exchange and conduct multiple trades, it's so much easier now to use one of these bridges, one of these swap mechanisms that allow you to swap your cryptocurrency onto a different protocol near instantaneously and for a very small fee. With the rise of smart contracts, all of this can be automated such that criminals have the ability to, at a click of a button, move their assets across dozens of different chains instantaneously, which makes it all the more difficult for law enforcement to track them. Now, I keep talking about tracking cryptocurrencies, and I'm sure a lot of you in your mind are thinking, well, I don't want to be tracked, right? Why is this guy telling me about law enforcement tracking the movement of my funds when this seems to go against everything that I've been hearing about the crypto space? Well, the reality is this. If we want crypto to remain relevant in our financial system, and we recognize the benefits that it can bring, both from an efficiency, a speed perspective, and we see the real value that it can generate today through DeFi and NFT, well, the reality is law enforcement cannot allow these services to continue to operate without safeguards in place because of the risk that it poses. And so if you look today at some of the regulations that are already put out by some of the international organizations like the Financial Action Task Force, it's already been made very clear that in a matter of years, they do intend to regulate DeFi and open source projects. And in the event that they are unable to identify who the organization is behind this DeFi project, they're even considering going to the extent of holding developers accountable. Now, I'm not saying all of this to scare you. I'm saying all of this because developers are increasingly playing a very important role in safeguarding projects. In the previous system, where we rely on intermediaries to do KYC and AML, today, with the use of smart contracts that govern how people interact with DeFi platforms, we've started seeing DeFi projects start exploring using what we call codified compliance, where they've started integrating AML and KYC procedures into the smart contract that actually screens and verifies the participants' wallets in order to ensure that they are not a criminal or they are not based in a sanctioned country prior to participating inside the pool. Now, in the absence of regulation today, a lot of institutions are hesitating about participating in DeFi because they are unable to clear, simple compliance and risk questions that their internal teams are posing. But by introducing codified compliance into these DeFi liquidity pools, we now have an opportunity to make DeFi accessible to institutions, and we have a way now to present it to governments in a way that can show them that the industry is capable of taking care of itself. As somebody who sells heavily into crypto firms, I think it's quite notable that in a lot of my conversations today, and when I speak to exchanges, I'm no longer just pitching to the compliance officer. In more than 50% of the conversations that I have with Web3 firms today, there is a developer in the room who's asking me questions about how our software can be integrated directly into their code base, about how our systems can be used to monitor their transactions automatically, leveraging on the transparent and decentralized nature of the blockchain. We talk so much about technology and the benefits that it can bring, but at the same time, we're not really fully utilizing it. So with that, I want to conclude by saying, as we move to a more decentralized and automated system, where we're increasing relying on technology to facilitate our transactions, we cannot blindly pursue speed and efficiency at the cost of security. While I'm sure all of us would love to convert our BTC to USD instantaneously, I like to think that none of us would like to do so at the expense of money laundering. In this new age, where we seek to cut out intermediaries, we need to also be cognizant of the role that they play and think up new ways to address the gaps that they provide. I've seen DeFi platforms today that integrate external vendors. And we have companies like Chainlink, Oracle Services, who can help us bring in off-chain information into the blockchain. So there's no longer an excuse to say that, just because everything is automated, that there's no need for checks, because these checks itself can be automated through the use of technology. As different forms of codified compliance gains traction in this Web3 space, I'm excited to see how this will evolve. If you guys are interested to learn more about what codified compliance looks like, feel free to reach out to me after this, and I'm happy to have a discussion with you. Now, with that, I know this is not the most popular topic, so I'll end. Um, I'll end my presentation here, and I hope you guys found it interesting. Thank you. Oh, do we have a question? Actually, okay. I actually have some time for questions. So if anybody has any tough questions for me, feel free. Oh, wow. Okay. I actually do have questions. Hit me. So there's a couple of ways that we can do that. The first is that if it's coming from, let's say, a business, right, we can look at where that entity is based, right? So if it's an exchange in Russia, for example, that's relatively simple. If it's a private wallet, it gets a little bit trickier. To a certain extent, we do collect IP addresses of wallets, right? But even so, in saying that, there is obviously a risk that it could be inaccurate due to the use of VPNs and so on. But to a large extent, most users do not use VPNs, and so we can give a approximate um, range of where they are geographically. Maybe not directly to the location, but we can at least triangulate to the country. Yeah. Yes.
what's happening regionally, like regulatory changes,
Um, hmm. So I'll be honest, there recently have been quite a lot of changes, especially around Mika. I've not been following that too closely because of my coverage here in the US. What I will say is that the US SEC is starting to take action against DeFi projects here based locally. And so in our work with some of the local firms, we've increasingly seen firms interacting with DeFi starting to move out of the US, setting up offshore entities. A lot of them have also started exploring moving over to Southeast Asia, where regulation around DeFi still seems to be fairly gray, whereas here in the US, it seems to be edging into the red now. Um, we do.
they develop. Like you said, the SEC. That's not relevant to him.
The SEC, in a way, it is relevant because the reason why they're looking at regulating all these companies is because of the risk it poses from an AML perspective.
That's definitely jurisdiction. They're out of their depth.
That's common here.
They don't have any jurisdiction out here. So overstep.
I wouldn't disagree for sure. Yes.
Do you think permissionlessness
Sorry?
is
Is dead? Um, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it will always exist, just like how the darknet always exists. Now, whether or not it would be accepted by the majority of the jurisdictions remains to be seen. I think pure permissionlessness is probably going to be very difficult, right? But some kind of hybrid model with some kind of screening process, I think is probably where we'll end up. Yeah. I mean, even with conversations that we have with institutions today, not a lot of them want pure permission pooled either. Right.
Since Web3 is like based on decentralization, how are you tracking the advantages? Like, assume that, for example, if you are, I'm assuming that you are getting from user interface. Right? If user interface doesn't have a tracker or like centralized in an IP store, how are you getting it?
So part of what we do actually is to run our own nodes and work with node providers around the world. So from that perspective, we can actually pick up when a transaction is being initiated by triangulating which nodes are hearing about it first.
Compliance is a very loaded word, but from the business that my domain, compliance would mean are you breaching your contract with you have with your customer in terms of sharing the value, PCI. Do you have any fact on that?
No, unfortunately. Yeah, we focus more on the on-chain side from a transaction monitoring perspective. Yeah. Sorry, she first. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. The lady first. Sorry, she had her hand raised earlier. Yeah.
So you said potentially they're looking developers and for their how far do you think that they will push that? I feel like if they are just like Morgan's like for example, we are seeing a decrease in number of developers and like the so and of course with your compliance and regulations on compliance and are they really gonna just
So it's a fair question. To be completely honest, I think it'll really be seen more as a last resort. Now you got to understand from a regulator's perspective, if they want to stop somebody or a company from doing something, they got to hold somebody responsible, right? Um, and so in the typical institution, there's a company that it can go after. But with the problem with DeFi, with a lot of these projects, is the founders may not be, public, right? They may not be a company that was incorporated to run it. Everything could just be built on open source. And so in the absence of having a clear person to hold accountable, they then have to define certain rules that say, okay, in the absence of a person or a corporate, who else can I hold responsible? And so developers aren't actually at the top of the list. They actually started by saying, okay, in the absence of an individual or corporate, maybe first we'll look to see who was the one responsible for paying people to create it, right? If we can't find who was responsible for paying it, who's the one that's actually profiting it from it, right? So who's receiving the fees whenever something goes through. In the absence of that, then maybe they'll go after the developer. So it's not that they're going after you straight away. It's more they have to hold somebody responsible and try and deter people from thinking that they can put out any technology that they want and nobody will hold them accountable. And I know I'm running out of time. I'm surprised I have so many questions. But if you guys have more questions, feel free to approach me after the talk. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Ian. Great. All right. Next up, we have Jack O'Halloran from Scale Network talking about an exploration of shared security models. Here you go, Jack.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right. How's everyone doing? Okay, so I'm Jack O'Halloran. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Scale Labs. We're the core team behind the Scale Network. Scale is actually, who's heard of Scale? All right, great. Most people. Awesome. Scale is, I would say, one of the very first implementations of shared security. It's exciting for me because shared security now is a hot topic. Who here has heard of shared security in the last couple months? All right, well, get ready. The shared security wave has started. I think it was a very misunderstood thing for a while. But what is it? It's actually not a new thing. If you think about rollups and the way rollups function, it's an implementation of shared security. You have security in one chain, you're utilizing something else to try to pull security together, get execution, get greater performance. That's one of the core premises of shared security. There's three different components when I look at shared security. Number one, modular builds. So modularity is a way of sharing security. You divide up tasks, you divide up functions. So for example, you could have consensus, computation, data availability. You're dividing up features and tasks. You're essentially mitigating risk. You're letting one component do something. You're letting another component share or secure something. That's really the premise of rollups. And now there's a lot of modular layer ones that separate out functions. Another component is having unified validator sets. So unified validator sets are where you have one single validator set with many, many app chains. And who here has heard of app chains? Okay, app chains are also getting hot, and decentralized sequencers running on app chains. But the whole premise here is you have modularized or components that actually run computation, consensus, data availability in different forms, but there's one set below them that are operating as one single unit. The other piece here is called as a staking level shared security. It's another component of shared security. What this means is either one chain is literally staking to another chain and actually accessing security of that chain for their foundational security of the network. Scale, for example, functions that way. Some other networks function that way. There's also a new premise recently around restaking. So you can actually take staked ETH and restake it somewhere else, and you're borrowing security from another network and using it to then decouple performance, okay? But why are we even talking about this? Well, one, we all know monolithic blockchains can't scale to the needs we have if we're gonna get to where we wanna get to as an industry. If we only wanna support 10,000 power users, we're in pretty good shape. But the way monolithic chains work is as more nodes join the network, you don't actually add capacity. You're going to add more security. If more stake joins that network, you're adding more security, but you're not adding more throughput. You're not adding more computational capacity. And so at some point, you either have to increase fees or decrease performance. And that's why the rise of the layer twos came about, right? And especially layer twos, meaning off-chain scaling tech, okay? So when you look at the layer two environments, it's like, well, why are we even doing anything? Everyone said rollups are the end-all be-all answer. Well, even in the rollup community, there's a huge amount of effort and talk about getting beyond centralization. Okay, so centralized sequencers are not the core values we're all working towards. So there's goals to decentralize sequencing in the rollup environment, as well as add more throughput and capacity. Okay, because each individualized rollup also will come to a certain point where it meets its capacity. So enter shared security models with horizontal scalability, okay? And this, by the way, does not necessarily, each of these chains doesn't necessarily have to run its own consensus. It can also have a decentralized sequencer operating in an app chain environment or a layer 3 environment. All right. All right, so let's look at, we see a lot of app chain environments out there today. A lot of them don't share security across the different chains. And so why does that matter? Okay, the reason why it matters is each one of these chains, instead of having the capacity and the stake of a large blockchain, it has a diminished set of validators. It has a fragmented validator set, right? And if those validator sets are fragmented, you're not optimizing security amongst those different chains. And so the issue then is each one of these chains, 1/3 of the nodes go down. Well, thing stops, and you're not that collusion, or you're not that resilient. If greater than 2/3 are malicious, well, there could be collusion. Your collusion resistance is low. Compared to a layer 1 blockchain that, you always know that the capacity, the stake across that, and every single validator is working together to ensure that consensus is secure. Okay, so it's more difficult to attack that than to attack each of these smaller chains. So enter pooled security models. Well, if we can have many, many smaller chains operating in one environment of validators, well, can we get the best of both worlds, especially if those number of chains on the top aren't limited, if we can keep growing them as the validator set grows? So that therein is the hook of why many projects are going after this right now. And we love to see this at scale because we've been doing it for a long time. We were on an island, so to speak, for a while. There's also a lot of innovations around and different ways of skinning the cat of how to do this. But the premise, again, don't limit capacity, share security across the system. So another way to even get even greater shared security on this model, again, is if that top layer, that app chain environment, can actually stake into the Ethereum mainnet, for example. Okay, so then the Ethereum mainnet is providing security back to each one of these chains. Even if those chains are running their own consensus, there's an incentive structure that's plugged into the mainnet. All right, and the mainnet is then providing some level of security back. And so you're sharing security in different directions. One other nice bonus of this model is that these chains actually have to pay for that security. Okay, so if you're utilizing the mainnet for staking, slashing, claiming rewards, issuing bounties, well, there's a revenue share back. It's not a parasitic model where there's just an EVM running on a completely different environment, and that other environment's sucking value out of Ethereum. And that matters if you are part of the Ethereum community and you want ETH to succeed. Okay. All right. So how do these models function? I'm going to get into a little bit of the guts here. I'm going to talk a little bit more about Scale's model because I know the Scale model better than other models, and I think it's informative. So one, nodes in the Scale model are containerized. So there's one node that has one incentive structure, but it can be operating on 8 different chains concurrently. Okay, and it's rewarded in aggregate for how it performs. There's also a core of that node that serves network functions and makes sure the system operates and functions. But what happens then is that each of these subnodes are then able to operate on a different chain. And if you look at a chain in the Scale network, the current configuration is set for 16 subnodes all running in a chain. If you just look at that, though, that doesn't really look like pooled security. Okay, there's just 16 nodes. So how do you make more collusion resistance? How do you pool more security into this environment so you have redundancy and it's harder to attack? Well, one model is using the Ethereum mainnet for entropy. Okay, so not only can the Ethereum mainnet for shared security environments or shared security layers provide foundational security for staking and slashing and penalties, but it also can help with entropy. And that means which nodes are working together. All right, well, I build broken. You could imagine that a subset of these nodes are moving up and then they're rotating intermittently, okay? And that's the goal, is that you have this kind of herd protection where you've got lots of nodes working as a team, but at any given moment, a subset of them are working together in a group. Now, in Scale's environment, for example, this doesn't change that often. It can change once a month, once every 2 months. It changes on epoch settings. and there's a payment because you have to pay the Ethereum mainnet to run that process, to run this DKG and the selection process. But some chains, some layer ones actually use a similar model, and they change they pick different validators for each time they run consensus. But it's a proven model to try to get more speed and performance by having a smaller subset operate, but being able to pull from a larger group and to probabilistically make sure that to attack the smaller group, which these, we're envisioning these smaller group of nodes in that circle, you need to be able to attack that larger group. So the goal then, again, I said earlier, that doesn't look like pooled security, but we want to work to a point where there are lots of chains and they're all working together in one big group that's rotating who works where and how they work, with some foundational shared security pulled from Ethereum. So the nodes are sharing security, the chains are sharing security amongst the other chains. The Ethereum, they're all sharing security from the Ethereum mainnet. Now, currently today, in the Scale environment, for example, each one of these chains runs its own consensus. It's its own autonomous chain that has penalties and rewards back to the Ethereum mainnet. There is a ZK plugin that will come. So some people, for some use cases, people want rollups. They want to have that finality happen back in the Ethereum mainnet. We're going to enable that. But one thing we're finding is for games, for Web3 applications, they want to get to a certain level of security that they feel good about, and then they want to optimize on cost and speed. Okay, and if you're going to have hundreds of thousands of transactions a day or a week as a major global game, cost matters, even a penny per transaction. Okay, so again, some slide break as it went through from my computer here, but just imagine it looks a little nicer. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a few of the challenges really quickly, because one thing we found, I think we're on the forefront of, hey, many chains working together with shared security. Well, that's really great, but you run into some UX issues, okay? And I think as our research community within Ethereum, other people figure this out, they're going to run into similar issues. So I'm trying to share what we've learned because I think it's valuable. So one, bridging. If you have lots of chains and you want to have a lot of games here and a lot of DeFi applications here, and you want a diverse set of you want users having experiences across the chains, well, you need to make it easy for them to get from chain to chain. And so Scale has a BLS threshold enabled bridging that actually has a zero fee bridging mechanism that's fast. And that was important because initially you had to bridge always back to the Ethereum mainnet and then go to get from chain A to chain B. Okay, there was always an expensive hop. We found that frankly kills UX. And that's, if you're the monolithic, if you're, the Ethereum killer world, that's one of their knocks against a modularized, ETH scaling world with lots of chains on top of ETH is that they say UX will break down because it's hard for users to go from here to here and here, and it's too complicated. Well, by making them be able to seamlessly transfer and go from A to B to C without cost adds a lot of value, and BLS threshold encryption enables that. Another component is token mapping. If you have, right now there are 20 EVM chains in the Scale network, and within the Scale network, these 20 chains, imagine if you could bridge from Ethereum to each chain. Well, and then you want to go from chain A to chain B. Well, what happens is those two tokens, even though they're the same token on Ethereum, are going to be seen as different tokens because of the way bridging and token mapping works. Okay. And so we also realized this and said, well, this takes coordination. You can't control, it's not decentralized to control how things work, but decentralized groups sometimes have to come together. And so in Scale, for example, there's one chain, again, it looked nicer before. There's one chain that is responsible for that token mapping and that kind of back and forth between Ethereum. And then there's always a wrapping and a hop so that you don't have 10, imagine a normal user and like, well, I'm trying to use ETH. And the app's saying, well, that's the wrong ETH. You bridge from that chain, you bridge from the wrong chain, like mind blown. They're not going to get that. Which brings up the next piece is solving bridging complexity by removing the whole component from a user of what a bridge or of what a chain is. And so Metaport is launching on Scale either today or next Monday. And really what it is, it's just a UI that has custom contracts that help the user make one action to go from Ethereum to the bridge chain, the liquidity bridge chain, and to another chain, and back and forth. And the user thinks they're going from app to app. They don't need to understand even where the premise of that bridge, what that chain is. Because when you talk to users, they don't think about chains as databases or separate instances. It's too complicated for a game player. Okay, last piece here. Just the premise of hubs. If you have lots of chains, hubs are valuable by making user experience more seamless, making it easy to consolidate liquidity in certain places. Because if you in a whole world, Ethereum mainnet is the #1 place for liquidity for any e-scaling platform. But bridging costs are real. So for smaller types of transactions, you want users to be able to gather liquidity and access marketplaces in app chain environments, and you can do that through hubs. All right. Do it on time. All right. Okay, so that wraps up the technical component of my presentation. We've got a booth here today. I know a lot of you, so it's good to see familiar faces. If you want to come talk about shared security, we've got some Sawyer, got some other people here. So you'll be giving a technical presentation at noon. But wanted to call out our V2 launched the importance of bridging. You could only bridge from one scale chain to Ethereum and back until last June. And since last June, we've had 70 million on-chain transactions. I think before that, there were maybe 1 million ever in the prior instance of the network. So it was really critical. Also, the number of active wallets has picked up because of that. The games have picked up. Another example of just the power of shared security. Each scale chain is not encumbered with the weight of all the other chains. And because of that, Dartmouth did a research study, and a single scale chain was faster than many of these other layer ones that you see up here on the board. And this is really the result of shared. There's a very fast consensus model within scale, but these nodes are able to operate in a much lighter manner while not giving up security. And so that's why we jump through these hoops, and why I feel strong about this picking up here in the near future. And so keep your ears open for shared security. Also, as I said, Scale ZK is coming soon. Here's how you get in touch with me. And we've got some, we have a booth, and it's been my pleasure to talk to you today. Thank you.
Take one question if you want.
Yeah, all right, one question. Okay. Yeah, I would say, for those that know the Cosmos ecosystem, Cosmos current implementation validator sets are not intermingled or pooled. They're all separate units. Whereas Polkadot has, one validator layer and connected units. So it's almost more like a Polkadot, but it's plugged in. The base chain is Ethereum for scale, but it has the same premise of Cosmos, which I love those other projects as they in this like multi-chain, many blockchain camp, but we're the kind of natively grown on Ethereum version of that. Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, been my pleasure. Look forward to talking to you later. Bye.
Great. All right, Miko. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Yeah. So here, I'll get you a mic. Great. So right now, I guess we have it's a little chat between me and Miko, and we can start by introducing ourselves. Yeah. So do you want to stand? Okay.
Yeah,
we'll do the standing challenge. Yeah. So Miko, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess nowadays I'm sort of a long-lasting VC, I guess, in the space now that we're doing our fund too. So I'm with Gumi Cryptos Capital, managing partner there, and we started deploying our fund one in 2018, 2019. So there was kind of a serious winter going on back then, and then it turned out actually really interestingly that we managed to raise our fund two kind of at Bitcoin 60K. So, so now we're deploying again into this winter. So I guess we're still here and we're still deploying and we're very excited. So it's a bit about myself.
Great. My name is Grant. I've been in crypto a long time, and I angel invest these days. And I started the SF Ethereum Developers Meetup in 2016, and yeah, we're still going, and this is kind of an offshoot of that. So, produced by Ken Fromm, who's my co-organizer. So, yeah, I guess this panel ostensibly is about the funding environments for crypto.
Yeah, sounds good.
In 2023. So I guess we could go right into it. A lot of funds raised mega rounds in 2021 and 2022 and deployed them at arguably inflated valuations during that bull market into crypto companies. So I guess my question for you, Miko, is how are these funds coping with the drawdowns of their portfolio companies, many of which haven't been realized yet?
Yeah, to me, like one of the things that's super interesting is thinking about kind of if you think about wavelets, right? Like one of the things that's super meaningful is sort of both the crypto cycle. So understanding things like Bitcoin halving kind of as this kind of like meta shelling theory in terms of like the crypto cycle, right? So the next, for example, Bitcoin halving is April 2024. Right. So this kind of becomes sort of a broader scale timing in terms of crypto cycles. But I think the venture cycles are super interesting as well. So the average kind of time to unicorn in Web 2 is 4 to 7 years, after which it starts to taper. Right. So what you have to do is kind of reason about when it makes sense for funds to sort of be pressured to return to shareholders. So, for example, this actually impacts very, very heavily the kinds of chains that make sense. So, for example, ETH modularity is super amazing from the cycle perspective because what it allows is it allows fresh capital to flow up into things like L2. Right. Whereas if you look at these very long running chains, like, for example, if you look at the relationship between like a multi-coin and like a Solana, the thing that happens is they're forced into doing things like distributing to LPs in Solana, like in kind distribution, which is like create sell pressure. Right. So it's a really, really interesting thing to try to understand kind of how the venture cycle intersects with what Maria was pointing out, which is open source development, right? So if you look at open source software development, the history of open source is basically open source projects have a zero burn rate, right? So they can develop software forever, right? But if you take venture money, then you're really on this 4 to 7 year cycle, right? So Ethereum modularity has been super successful, right? And the idea that we've kind of successfully done the merge and Chapella within this consolidative action around the settlement layer is amazing because right now venture money is going to L2, which is great. It's super good.
Yeah. What are you hearing from LPs about the bear market? Are a lot of them more skeptical of crypto now, or are they...
So just to give you a sampling, so our LP base is strange, right? Which is that Gumi Cryptos actually had a previously Fund 100% Japan, mostly corporate LP base, and now Fund 2 is a 60% Japan corporate LP base, and a lot of these folks are just like, they have like 100-year plans, right? So like in essence, like these are like crazily mentally stable, folks, right? Whereas,
stable.
They're super stable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the LPs are basically like, expose us to this asset class. If you guys kind of beat indices, we're going to double down in Fund 2. If you beat the index again, we'll double down in Fund 3, right? So if crypto crashes, as long as we beat the crash and be slightly less crashy, like we're good managers.
Nice.
So that's super nice. But I definitely have friends whose LPs are like, they're kind of panicky and they're calling them every day. But like, those are different kind of LPs.
Yeah. So what's your sense for the amount of dry powder that's remaining in the ecosystem? From how much has been deployed from these mega funds
So
like-
what you mentioned was 2023 fundraise. So if you look at PitchBook data, what you're going to see is you're going to see we're on target to have a 73% decline in U.S. venture funds raised in 2023, right? So it's a pretty precipitous drop in funds raised in 2023. So those are monies that are being raised into venture as an asset class, right? And this is U.S. only, right? But I think the thing that's interesting about that statistic is that it means that vintage 2021 and 22 funds, right, which include, for example, my fund, are actually being deployed now, right? And one of the reasons why we're deploying with vigor is because the last time in the last bear cycle, we kind of actually ran out of time. Like last time we were deploying 21, and we deployed, but the bull market started, right? So we were actually deploying into a bull at the tail end of our fund, right? Which is less desirable, right? We'll do
Indeed.
it because we don't do kind of business and market timing, but like, it means that we're kind of like deploying with urgency, because we don't think the bear is going to last super long, although it could.
Yeah. Who knows, right? So do you think that 4 to 7 year time horizon applies in crypto for return of capital? Because my sense personally is that everything in crypto is a little faster. So that's sort of a Web 2. Maybe 7 to 10 is Web 2,
So
but-
so I do think that there is this weird psychology, and we've seen it reflected in weird things. Like, for example, one of the things we're seeing is compression of vesting schedules. So we kind of are maybe more conservative and traditional. So we tend to be like, why don't you do 4-year vesting 1-year cliff, right? On tokens, because we tend to be more like, let's build stuff, and so in a sense, let's hype stuff definitely takes short time, but let's build stuff still takes a long time, and I think especially when you start to look at things like infrastructure, right? So let's build infrastructure. It's like, let's build infrastructure and we'll do like a 3-year vesting. It's like question mark.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess somewhat related to that, most software systems naturally gravitate towards winner take most or winner take all dynamics. Do you think this will continue to be the case with Ethereum with regards to smart contract applications?
Yeah, that's a super kind of interesting insight, which relates to things like network effects, right? So when you looked at Maria Shen's ecosystem map and you start to look at this idea of winner take all, some of the driving forces of the network effects relate to things like toolchain, right? So when you think about a richly developed ecosystem with service providers, with smart contract auditors, with like, hard hat, and with like a really, really robust set of toolchain, right? Eventually you get this kind of gravitic effect. Obviously, language is sort of a flywheel, right? So for example, if we think about something like the Move VM, Move ecosystem construct, right? It's a heavy flywheel to learn a new programming language, but once the flywheel's up, then it creates a resistance for people to leave, right? So in a sense, that creates some stickiness. So I would say this, right, which is there's some center of gravity, but I would say that the thing that's super complex about this space is that this space encourages vampiric forking, right? Because if you have a lower price token and you have the same exact open source code, then you're going to quote unquote win, right? And so economically, so the economic incentives for vampiric forking are high, right? So that results in a much more fragmentary market, which is actually kind of nuts. So when we think thesis on L2, we think we're headed towards like app chain mania, like, because the other thing that we're reasoning about is we're reasoning about applications and how the applications are going to lead the next wave, which is that our fund 2 thesis, differing from fund 1, is we're actually going to start solving real problems for real people, not just crypto problems for crypto people, right? And we definitely think the way that your question thinks, right? Which is, should there be a consolidative winner in this space, right? So for our fund 1, it's like OpenSea, there should be, right? Yield Guild, there should be, 1inch, there should be, right? So part of our rationale for placing capital is this a consolidative or a fragmentary market, right? And so that's one of the concerns we have about L2 is that this seems like it should be a fragmentary market to us.
So do you think ETH will be like the reserve asset for smart contracts, but massive fragmentation and heterogeneity with L2 platforms? Is that sort of your
Yes,
thesis?
I think
Yeah.
one of the hilarious things about this idea of ETH as a settlement layer, thinking about it as a reserve currency,
Uh-huh.
is actually super fascinating because I think Victor Bunin had a super interesting tweet the other day where he's talking about how the ETH core devs actually set the staking rate, which is super interesting. So I invented a fictitious organization called the Federal Open Market Organization, or FOMO, that sets the prime rate
Right.
for staking, right? Because what he said is, he said, in order for smart contracts to actually be successful economically, we may need to lower the staking rate,
Mhm.
right? Which definitely gets you into like Federal Reserve territory.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, I guess related to that, like that implies there will be a lot of need for bridging among these rollups and L2s. Like,
Yeah.
what's your favorite inter-rollup bridging protocol?
Favorite inter-rollup bridging
Yeah,
protocol.
versus like L1 to L1 bridging, which are very different things.
I think that this is gonna be a super heterogeneous kind of market, right? Because
Uh-huh.
one of the weird things in the history, because when you look at the history of bridging, it's super weird, right? Like the biggest thing would be the wormhole hack, right? So the question becomes like, what is backing the wormhole hack, right? Or what's backing wormhole, right?
Yes.
And it's jump, right?
Mhm.
So it's like, should we trust wormhole? And it's like, okay, well, do you trust jump? Right. And it's kind of like, well, what do you trust them for? Right. I mean, in my mental model, like jump is basically the Lannisters, right? They solve problems with gold, right? So basically, should we trust them? Probably. So I guess what I'm talking about is I believe bridging will be ultra fragmentary as well.
Mhm.
So I think that I don't think there will be a single consolidative winner of bridging. That's what I think.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So what effect do you think the macro environment is having on crypto, versus sort of our own endogenous, sort of variables like FTX and Luna, versus like rates going to 5%? How would you decompose those in terms of their effect on
So
the market?
so our reasoning about venture is that all of our best kind of investments have been based on future Nash equilibria. So
Mhm.
basically, the John Nash equilibrium is basically a stable game where the best strategy of the players is to not change their strategy, right? And so the thing that's really interesting becomes, how do you invest for future Nash equilibria? For example, like how do you do like a seed stage OpenSea or a seed stage yield guild? Like you have to actually conjecture that the world of the future will be radically different from the world of the present. And I feel like one of the things we've been thinking about is that right now we're actually almost at peak employment, which is super strange.
Mhm.
And obviously, we haven't felt the impact of kind of the AI techs, right? So the question becomes, does AI productivity actually enable us to, maybe it's AI productivity plus peak employment, question mark, or maybe it's mass unemployment. So I would say that like these are really strange vectors, and I don't think we've ever been here before in terms of this macro.
Yeah, ETH might not be internet money, but it could be AI money. So that's
I
a
mean,
new meme I saw the other day.
other black swan on the macro is what if Bitcoin decorrelates? Because if Bitcoin decorrelates, then the market tanks, Bitcoin goes up. All of a sudden, other LATAM countries start looking at Bitcoin reserves, right? Not just El Salvador. El Salvador ends up looking like a huge winner. And at that point, what do the other LATAM countries, what do the other countries, that are developing think about Bitcoin as a reserve asset? Because right now, de-dollarization is kind of forcing people to think about things like China, think about things like gold. Like it's not great out there.
Yeah, I'm definitely partially on the Balaji train too. So that's
That'll give you a
like
$700,000 Bitcoin, and the Balaji thing is kind of hilarious.
yeah. So what are the biggest trends you guys are looking to invest in over the next 18 months?
So we're definitely interested in what Ian was talking about earlier, which is we're
Yeah.
very interested in a kind of a FinCEN regulated kind of AML DeFi, right? So because we think that 90% of the future volume, like if you look at the state of music back in peer-to-peer, right? Like the music industry was piracy, music should be free, everyone will have free music. And there was this crazy organization called the Record Industry Association of America, right? Pretty toothless industry organization that went around suing people. And guess what? All music flowed to subscription services like Spotify, right? So
Yeah.
if we model the idea that there's regulators like FinCEN, DOJ, FBI, IRS, right? Like we just don't think that the piratical state of DeFi will continue in that such form. So we do think that that's interesting. We do think that things like dark pooling will be super interesting in light of this kind of like lit DeFi construct. So we're excited about those things. Obviously, the other one that's super interesting is mass adoption, which we think will probably be driven by fun Web3 gaming. So we think that'll happen. So those are all kind of like mass adoption vector thinking.
Okay, cool. So dark pools, regulated DeFi, and Web3 gaming. I guess
Those
are
are
your
kind
three
of broad strokes. I mean, we
things.
definitely have a bunch of stuff that in thesis that I don't want to talk about in public.
Okay, it's fair. It's fair.
Contrarian stuff.
Huh, nice. So I guess related to that, we just had some huge things happen in Ethereum. We had Chapella, we had the merge. You're upgrading a plane as it's flying midair, right? I mean, and they mostly went off without a hitch, which is amazing.
I'm super happy about the state of Ethereum. Like, obviously, there was the finality hiccup that you guys saw recently, I think yesterday, right?
Yes.
So that's super, super interesting. But one of the things that I think is really interesting to watch is to watch the discourse between the leaders, right? Because if you look at, for example, Prism and the Prism client, right? Prism client has a unique lens into kind of the loss of the beacon chain finality because they're just actually looking at what's happening. And what's happening is that they're having things like caching overflows based on these like, nodes are basically reporting blocks, right? So, and then as it starts to kind of go non-linear, they start kind of reporting more blocks, right? And so all the different block variants start to cram into the cache, right? So the thing that's amazing is Prism client's already been updated, right?
Mhm.
So to me, but the thing that's great is to watch also the leadership, because if you look at what, Anatoly from Solana said, he basically said, Solana heads who are trying to compare this finality loss of 25 minutes to complete Solana like shutdown, are kidding themselves, right? And so so to me, like it's great. It's beautiful, right? It's
Yeah,
intellectually
very
honest.
high-minded of him.
It's super high-minded,
Yeah.
right? He's basically saying there's no comparison, right? Our chain stopped, their chain didn't stop, right?
Mhm.
Pretty good, right? So to me, like the thing that I'm excited about is that bugs like that are great, right? Because
Mhm.
it's already been fixed. It won't happen again. As we kind of continue to scale, like scaling at the current level is different from scaling at the next level. Every order of magnitude produces new problems of scale. And the ability to iteratively fix and the ability to have a problem like that and fix it is just great. It's super exciting. And I think that obviously if you use the Vitalik Buterin nomenclature, right, we completed basically the merge, right? We have Chapella, we have kind of unstaking, right? And then the next thing is kind of like proto dank sharding and like surge, which will kind of like, so the thing that's amazing to watch is if you watch the intellectual debate between Solana and Ethereum, the tweet that's slightly more of a dig is that Anatoly said, too bad about gas prices. But when you get proto-dank sharding and you get surge, right, gas prices will also fall, right? So it's sort of like, it's great to watch this fighting because it's like fighting with like brothers, right? Like,
Yeah.
and like they're strengthening each other. So that's nice.
Yeah, I think those are huge upcoming catalysts. And a lot of people, I think, also don't understand. I hear this from a lot of Bitcoiners that, we don't know what Ethereum's monetary policy is. It might change on you to next week, right? I think a lot of people don't realize there's like this S curve of change, and there's a very solid plan to ossify the protocol once these changes take place to enable it to scale basically indefinitely into the future with L2s. So yeah, I don't know if you.
And it's super, to me, that's super beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Because one of the things that's super interesting is when you think about governance and you think about the elasticity, right? Because ultimately, when you think about the solidification that consolidates L1, like that stability is going to be super useful because ultimately it's the platform, right? So like, we need that stability.
Yeah, totally. So I guess you sort of already answered this, but I guess from your perspective, but from like an objective perspective, or from perspective of crypto as a whole, what do you think will be the biggest drivers of increased adoption over the next, say, 3 years?
Yeah, I think the biggest driver of adoption is actually going to be fun games. Like if you
Yeah,
look
okay.
at the gaming investment in 2022, Web3 gaming actually took $7.6 billion of investment in 2022, right? Now, the thing that's funny is like you can obviously tweet like when fun games, right? But like it turns out that like serious games take quite a long time to develop. And if you kind of look into the deal flow pipeline of fun games, like they are definitely in the hopper, right? So I think that when you think about like the size of a moderately successful game and you think about the size of something like Ethereum, right? Like one moderately fun game will do a lot to kind of drive mass adoption, right? Like if you look at something like League of Legends, 200 million players, like those are real numbers.
So what's the manifestation of this? That the game assets will exist on chain, or like what's the
Yeah, I
actual
think
sort
what
of
happens
crypto?
is that it's really has to do with fun, because gaming is entertainment, right? So people pay for entertainment, and what do they buy? They buy digital assets.
Mhm.
And the question becomes, well, what's the manifestation? When you look at successful digital assets in Web 2, they're all being bought and sold online in gray markets, right? So the manifestation becomes, what if there's a DeFi marketplace for digital assets that's kind of separate from any individual game, but encompasses all games, right? We actually think that that market will be called OpenSea, but we think that there will be a unified and consolidated market for basically all digital game assets powered by NFT technology, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So, what types of projects do you think are receiving too much funding, and what types are receiving too little?
So I guess to me, the question about too much is really a weird question, right? Because
Mhm.
I personally like am super happy to see so much financing going into like ZK Technologies,
Mhm.
because there's so much research work that needs to be done there before it becomes practical and useful. And so that money I think is great for the ecosystem, but I don't think it'll be great for the investors. I
Mhm.
think the other place where I see probably too much is in novel L1, L2 configurations, because I feel like that will be fragmentary. But I think it's great for the ecosystem again. So, like, do I think it's bad? I don't think it's bad, actually. I think it's great. Like, it's positive.
Mhm. Yeah, my sense is that what the influx of capital in 2021 kind of distorted market signals, and a lot of experiments got done, which I mean, yeah, I agree, it's great when experiments are done, but maybe they wouldn't have been done in a more sane funding environment, and maybe they're kind of obvious a priori that you shouldn't do them. But yeah, that's a whole different debate. Um, okay, so you've been in crypto for a while. From what you've seen, how has crypto venture investing evolved over the years that you've been participating?
Yeah, I would say this, right, which is that during the kind of earlier hype cycle, there definitely was a lot of this kind of fast money mindset. I do think, if you go back in your time machine, I don't know if you guys remember like firms like FBG that kind of created these sort of like ICO, like really fast money constructs. I really feel like this long lasting durable survivors will really be builder aligned, right? I think like shout out to Electric Capital, right? Those are all builders, right? Like we definitely are builder aligned, right? So we think the long duration folks will probably last out. And I think that's probably what's going to change is I think the fast money will give way to slower money. And the winter is great for like builders, right? And the greatness is related to your all's conviction, right? Like we fill the room here. These are all people with high conviction, right? So, the people who are kind of flying by the latest trend are kind of off doing AI stuff, or they're doing whatever the next hype is. I think it's good to see people who have conviction.
Yeah. What do you think about ordinals? Speaking of latest hype.
Yeah. So I don't know if you remember the meme of like leave Britney alone.
Yes.
You remember that? Yeah.
Yes.
So like I feel like people should leave Bitcoin alone.
Oh, so you're an anti,
So-
you're
so-
a OG Bitcoiner, huh?
yeah.
just-
So to me, like, I really want Bitcoin to be Bitcoin, and I
Right,
really
right.
want Ethereum to be Ethereum, right? And so I just feel like all of this harassment, like, I'm gonna put smart contracts on Bitcoin, like, just leave Bitcoin alone, right?
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. People are mad that Bitcoin's being used. So it's always fun to see on Twitter.
Yeah, it is funny, but I definitely feel like all of the activity should come over to the Ethereum side. Like, that's kind of where it belongs.
I agree with that too. Um, so there's obviously a big crypto crackdown happening. How do you think about investing in U.S. based versus non-U.S. based projects given the current regulatory climate? And what trends are you seeing around this?
Yeah, I mean, one of the trends that I saw this morning during Maria's talk actually is that the U.S. developer
Yeah.
base is declining, right? That's sad, right? That's upsetting and sad. Obviously, there's incredibly weird things like regulators pursuing developers. I mean, which started with like, Ether Delta, and Zach Coburn, and now it's kind of going to, Tornado Cash, right? So I think that's a little bit scary, right? So, but I would say that from our perspective, like, we have a majority of our fund based in SF, and we have the majority of our investments that are actually US based investments. So, like, I think they just need to have some regulatory sense. We think that fear of the SEC is overblown. We think that the SEC has kind of already expended all their political capital. And if you watch the congressional testimony of Gary Gensler, like, he's done. Like, he's not even it doesn't matter who's in the White House in 2024. Like, he's done. Like, he's not gonna stay. The thing that's beautiful about it is that Coinbase is suing the SEC now, right? So that's a case that it isn't up to the SEC to try to settle for a slap on the wrist. Like, we're going to get regulatory clarity out of that action, right? And it's really great, and it feels like Ripple has actually softened up the SEC, because I think Ripple has spent, I don't know what the price tag is, but Ripple has spent $200 million fighting the SEC, right? And you have to remember that the SEC is 1% of the size of Goldman Sachs, and they have to regulate Goldman Sachs. So really, when you think about the total amount of budget that they have to regulate crypto, it's tiny. And so my point is that that's done. Like, I'm not worried at all about that.
Oh, that's great. That's kind of a contrarian take, but I'm glad to hear that.
I mean, I'm not recommending any of our portfolio companies to behave in piratical ways in the United States
Right.
and to kind of flaunt AML laws and things of that nature. Not recommending. But I am telling you, don't flip out. Like, this is all going to be fine.
Have your companies received any harassment from the SEC or other regulators?
Largely no, right?
Okay,
Because the point, so my model of the SEC is what I call the sniper on the barn, right? Which is that they have no legislation power. So all they do is enforcement actions. So who do they act on, right? What they do is they just look at the herd and they shoot the outliers, right? So the point is if you're in the herd, you're fine, right? So just be in the herd and you won't get shot, and then and life will go well for you.
All right. Yeah, well, I think that's a great note to go out on. That you can top of that, stay in the herd, and you won't get shot. So yeah. All right, there's one hand over there. What's up?
Yeah. So here's my hot take on enterprise adoption, right? Which is, for years I've been super, super anti, right? And so there's a couple of possible changes and catalysts. I'd say one possible change in catalyst is the sort of regulatory migration towards regulated stable assets, right? So if you look at the MiCA regulation in Europe, it's enabled the possibility that a government and bank regulated stable coin, a stable euro, will emerge in some random European country, like, for example, Lithuania, which has very strong banking, right? So, like, if you have that, all of a sudden you have something where the enterprise knows how to do accounting and they know how to do compliance because a bank and a government has told them that this digital asset is a euro. I think as soon as you have that, you have opportunities for pretty novel applications that are in the enterprise. So I think that's one. But then the other contrarian view is that I think that we've been too dogmatic about blockchain, which is that when we think about blockchain, everyone's thinking about like everything has to be on chain. But when you think about what's happened now, is that we've moved towards trust minimization. And what we have is we have this exploded stardust of cryptographic primitives like MPC, we have ZK, we have like verifiable computing, we have fully homomorphic encryption. We have all of these cryptographic primitives that come from the genera of blockchain that then can be adopted in the enterprise, right? So we think that like when you stratify the world, it's not going to be on-chain compute 0.01% of compute, off-chain compute 99.9% of compute. It's not going to be that. It's going to be trusted compute, verifiable compute, 40% of compute, right? That's where the enterprise is actually going to get things done, and it'll be actually meaningful. So I think we're going to solve trust problems using cryptographic primitives, and it doesn't have to be fully decentralized, but it'll still be economically valuable. Another question? Yes. Yep. Yeah. So the question was, are we going to get more subscription-based business models or change in business models? Yeah, I mean, for sure, I think so. I mean, just to clarify in terms of the investment thesis around applications, right? We're still really, really excited about the middleware stack because we feel like there's huge opportunities to develop kind of a robust top-to-bottom programming model for applications. And we think there's huge missing components like things like access control, actual proper database technologies, so there's a lot of cool things that can be built in middleware. But I think in terms of like, will there be a plethora of emergent business models? Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that's going to sort of mirror the Web 2 models, minus advertising, and plus actually paying for things like the internet.
All right, well, I think that wraps it up. Thanks for coming, everyone. There's a half-hour break now, and we'll reconvene. And I believe 11 or 11:30. It's on the website, the agenda. So
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Hey, great talk, Nico.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah,
That was really
yeah.
fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Break now, and then in a half hour we got round tables. So Nico and company will be here talking about funding, and then there's others, Dow Tools, and elsewhere. So check the schedule for the round tables in 30 minutes. question to you. What stage, like, cloud versus chatting?
You guys want to use this space a lot? Yeah. Nice. I usually come in on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So. What's your you don't wear both hats, right? You wear both hats. Well, that's awesome. You don't have that sense of like having a code switch and it's just like, what am I doing? Okay. Yours are your opportunities. Well, man, so I was launching a nonprofit right now. AI stuff. So augmenting that for Dallas to make better platform for business. So right now, that's my but yeah, I love being here. I love being in the city because that there's so many advantages for it stuff, right? And now the house is free and that you can take a collective that you have created and so I'm building a charter on this time. Every single week talking about it makes it awesome. That's not my thing, but like it might be able to get some help. And then you want to connect I need to really like what the
So the format is just like always us like on stage.
I think one is it seems like their strategies kind of different, right? They have like different, very different situations. I see Mason more as a safe guy, right? Like they're more like traders. They invest maybe in like 7 to 10 goals. Take very much trade positions and like and very cases they trade. It's very different. Yeah.
I think it's going to be a problem. And I'm seeing like a lot of projects, a lot of like one series providers, they want to build their own payments. And if the payments they are not compatible together, I'm not seeing one that I think that might be a yeah, so a very obvious like problem of line. So they just released their new USD to version 0.6, and I see a lot of like for example Stack Up, Pivot Go, and I think they have different speed. I think Pivot definitely is the most native one, but sometimes StackUp is doing better because StackUp is like I think they already support more options. Yeah, but the problem with StackUp is we implement StackUp. However, after the publishes have been upgraded to 0.6 version, it does not upgrade because the problem was just a transaction. I think from 0.56 version to 0.6, I have a lot of conflict change. Like a function name also changed a little bit. So that's why it caused like problems in the version. But I think in order to make the whole process more efficient, it will be definitely needs big master or bundle like purposes that become such a provider. If you divide one or a in layers service provider with consensus and unified one. So our team, we're doing something very special. So the first feature is like, so we definitely separate our project into two parts. The first one is easy onboarding, and the second one is user retention. I think onboarding user is not a single thing, just like get rid of synchronizing, putting sync networks. It's like you want to use a new concept for all the new people together. And using this new concept, it takes time. It's like you take a whole class of college. You need this message to my just all the knowledge of this class, right? So, so we just divided it into like two parts of example and user retention. We want to make launching as seamless as possible. We want to give the user access to launching without knowing their user retention. So one feature we're providing is to allow everyone to just receive their social media yeah, so without signing up anything, without having no worry, without doing anything. No, I don't. I know you're looking at this direction. A feature, so we gotta receive like people should receive this. And yeah, they putting their like account actually and they might not believe in this like NFTs or tokens right now, but they will find out like in a month or two they'll be like, wow, their wallet is actually worth some money. And then they have more motivation to help themselves to yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And second part is user retention. We're seeing like how people interact with blockchain right now. It's like you have to be loyal to Twitter. Basically, what it does is like tell the actual driver. If you look at how Web2 applications use you sign up a Twitter account yourself, and for the rest of your life, you can just use that account to log into Twitter. The user experience is so great, which means that the server, the Twitter store your username and your password like information in their server. So basically, next time you use this account to log into Twitter, the Twitter will know directly who you are. And so we want to bring this kind of experience into Web2. So we propose this new EIP called 6662. It's an authenticator-based authentication method. So basically, what it does is like since we're using smart contract then smart contract account you can store metadata in this. So basically, the user can store a metadata gateway to access the launcher. So whenever they talk to you, they can just like tell. This is the first feature we have. You can just log in with regular social account, and on the left side, they will pass you their social account. Trigger have a more device, and they can parse out those access from and when they look into the account itself, they'll find the gateway to access it. And they can just the app will find you I do. Yep.
Yeah, like the ERC standards.
I can send you a brief introduction to our project and our tech.
Yeah, like TBD, like when you say things about like they're not super excited about like 40% off. They think there's a better way.
There are like a lot of other ways to do it. We also implement our kind of solution. So basically, we call it like gas tank. Yeah. So beginning of this year, we implement this kind of to our like we went to step and decided to went live and have to compatible.
creating their own ideas and talking like other people and stuff like that. Like as you walk, there's a lot of like all the but also working the other way around where like safe organic all the
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's one problem is like, I think they should make their contract just friendly with like future development. For example, like marginalized to reuse marginalized. For example, like as a developer, you go to say contract, it's very hard for you to reuse your contract to build continue build on this. The same ecosystem is pretty we're trying to build our ecosystem which we're like this solution say for the first one to implement this modularized ecosystem. We're looking to their ecosystem is pretty limited. Oh yeah, when they first created it is say convenience. Yeah. So here's how we view this these or even I think they find the option. We're also seeing so basically right now, this AU, we always basically we're stuck with and we talked to a lot of the at first we propose our right? The fast benefit is like and it makes the user experience have to talk to a lot of like end users. So if we want to try to solve the real problem, we gotta find if the users they really care about this kind of thing. After talking to a lot of people, a lot of projects, a lot of people, we found out that at current stage, end user they don't care about the solution is really it's some technology, fancy technology behind it. The things they care about is if it works, if it's easy to use. As a like developer who's looking into this space, we know that for myself, I personally propose like solution with a third party stuff because we're seeing some risks into this kind of for example, I love PC. PC is like really rely on support. Which like it's stable right now. But after the massive adoption, the massive usage, even like a certain public service down to 5 seconds, there'll be huge damage to the user experience. Yeah, so we our consistent we are doing this framework. We allow the app to users to choose which application has been if they care about decentralization, they can choose us like decentralization, decentralization, but they can choose their wallet. Wallet right? And if they don't care about it, they can just choose imagine it's more easy to use, of course. We give the option back to the user. Data network? Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, I think it's not like a stage to let everyone to accept this decentralized office. Because a lot of people are not even actually right. They are familiar with
We got roundtable starting at West Funding
I think
here.
it takes time out of
We got Ethan in the sponsor room. We got Dow in the South Lounge. And we have the multi-factor protocol expert session. Or wait, no, that's it. Yeah. At 11, it's going to be a roundtable on West Funding. To you, so you want to go to the other account fraction is in the conference room. Dow in the South Lounge. Web funding here. And DFID is sponsor.
Let's see. This is
Okay, hello. I just want to make a quick announcement that myself and Dimitri from 1KX, like we're both venture investors. So, if you guys want to talk, we're gonna do kind of an informal roundtable in the back corner here. So we're just gonna be basically talking about venture capital, fundraising environment. We'll be talking about all of the typical things that venture people talk about. So yeah, so if you're curious, like Dimitri's there, I'm gonna be there, so we'll just all hang out. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, looks like we've assembled. Looks like a good percentage of folks want to kind of come hang out here. So, I think one of the great things that we could do here is just really talk about sort of like what's the view from the world of venture. I think you guys already got kind of an earful of my perspective earlier. So, I'd love to have Dimitri hold forth a little bit, and maybe you can introduce yourself. We can do it kind of more like a fireside chat. So I'll just talk to Dimitri, and see, and then we'll take questions as well. So, Dimitri, can you introduce yourself to the group, and then we'll talk a little bit about VC stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Investing in crypto since 2017. Spent a year with a fund called Coin Fund, 2 years leading research and investments at a crypto family office called Bollinger Investment Group. I've been with 1KX for just over 2 years, generally investment DD, portfolio support, research and writing. Yeah, I think like I tend to bend more on like the infra side of things, scalability, interop, ZK. The fund is like fairly agnostic. We do consumer gaming NFTs, but primarily interested in like the token networks. So more of like a Uniswap than a Coinbase.
Yeah, so would love to kind of get Dimitri, your perspective on current thesis. So would love to kind of get like, what are you sort of actively hunting for, to the extent that you can talk about it?
Yeah, I think a lot. On-chain gaming, I think, like super interesting. We like the weirder flavor of games. We probably have very different views about this as well. But the ones that have awful UX, but the ones that have like all state on chain and not just like minting and NFT, we think there's a lot of like very interesting like builder energy around there now. I think like the notion of application specific roll-ups or like roll-apps, some folks are calling it. I think that's primarily like a very cool like business model change where you have like a lot of projects that launched on like Cosmos and Polkadot, and you got to pay a ton to like incentivize a validator set. And not a lot of startups have, thousands, like tens of thousands of dollars. It used to be hundreds that like the parachain auctions went for to just like rent block space for 2 years. I think now you're able to really pay for settlement and for DA. And
Quick question. Can you guys hear adequately? So. Okay, so I think your distance to microphone is too far.
Okay, I'll be closer. Better? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think like that's particularly interesting. So like roll-apps. I think like the notion of verifiable compute is very cool. I think there's a lot of demand there, but also just like the idea maze of what can you do when you actually are able to prove some notion of like off-chain computation or some on-chain data. A lot of this like flows into like the notions of like ZKML, a lot of like very cool things that actually blend between AI, but like the notion of verifiable compute really like sits in like the ZK space. A lot of the early use cases were around privacy. Then you have like use cases around scalability. That's where like all like the like ZK rollups have come in, and now you have some interesting use cases around effectively like verifiable oracles that either prove like some like on-chain or off-chain chain state that could effectively like allow developers to build very cool like trust minimized applications.
Yeah, so I'm definitely super bullish on verifiable computing. I think it's a super interesting space. I think that the mental model in history has been on-chain compute and then off-chain compute, right? So it just feels very like, okay, so to me, like that band in the middle that includes things like L2, by the way, right? It is basically things like, what are the proofs that can enable you to verify things like cross-chain state, right? So, those are really interesting proofs, and they tend to be slightly weaker than on-chain proofs, right? But like, that's fine, right? The question that happened with trust minimization is really about being pragmatic, because I think that the upcoming era is going to be application dominated, right? So it just means like, how much trust do you really need to run your application? Because that's already happening with L2, right? So I guess that's kind of the great mindset. I'm super excited about it. I'd love to kind of like jam with you about verifiable compute, maybe in a separate bucket. But like, I do want to kind of chase you when it comes to on-chain gaming, because my kind of mindset on on-chain gaming is that on-chain gaming is actually governance. And I think that I'm curious about sort of the evolution of on-chain gaming as kind of an experimental playground for governance. So I'm curious to get your hot take.
Yeah. So governance in the sense, so the like the notion we're particularly excited about is like this notion of autonomous worlds. You have these economies that live on chain for forever, effectively, as long as like Ethereum lives, and you almost like create this substrate for people to create game loops, like using some like on-chain physics that you've like previously defined. And a lot of that is really cool because you could effectively program incentives. Like UGC has created a lot of like very interesting games. A lot of like very successful games are built on from UGC, but a lot of those people who created those games like really don't earn a lot from doing it. And so like one thing that's particularly interesting for me is if you have like programmable incentives that allow game developers to constantly extend game loops and be able to be like incentivized based on like the usage of those game loops. The governance aspect to me around on-chain games can be like, how do you adjust your economies? Like how do you actually like agree on like which new like game loops should be appended to an autonomous world?
So one of the things that I'm quite excited about is the gaming sector in general, the broad gaming sector. And I think that what he's describing about these kind of perpetual games, long-lasting games, loyalty games, right, that become kind of multi-generational 4-quadrant transmedia IP franchises owned by the users, right? I think that's kind of a super interesting intersection with the world of on-chain gaming from the perspective of thinking about horizontal tech, right? Which is that when we think about hit games generally are net exporters of horizontal tech and not net importers of horizontal tech. And so one of the things we've been reasoning a lot about is what are the horizontal techs in Web3 gaming that will be durable and sticky, right? And I believe that, you know, your description of Web3 on-chain gaming as a kind of governance segment for much kind of more traditional gaming actually maybe horizontal, right? Because for us, for example, like we think wallets, like for example, we don't think that games are going to build their own wallets. We think that that's a horizontal tech that's durable, right? We also think that like maybe governance technologies will be really important because when people talk about gaming, governance becomes a metagame. And I think it becomes something that requires really interesting and complex rails that may be forming, right? So the evolution of a startup in on-chain gaming may be to be a net exporter of the technology of governance to actually much bigger games, right? Having pioneered that. So that might be a super interesting thesis around this. I guess the thing I'd be curious to kind of pick your brains on is, you know, kind of your mindset around applications of verifiable computing, you know, other than things like L2 scalability and other than things like cross-chain states, oracles, right? So when you think about things like bridging, oracle, scalability, those are all basically cross-chain state verification. Like what else is there?
Identity, I think, is a big one. Like WorldCoin is an interesting example. Like how do you effectively like verify edge compute on some device where you have some data, you do some compute on that data, and then you prove that the computation was done on that specific data. Your Face ID is like an authentication method that's done on the edge. So when I think about like ZKML use cases, I think of like 1,000-factor authentication, where you could do stuff on your edge device. You could like sign it or whatever, or like shake it like a certain way, like whatever input you have on that device, and you're able to post some proof that it was done on that edge device without actually providing the data. So I think like there's going to be a lot of really interesting use cases around like proof of personhood effectively. Another use case, I frame it as like giving smart contracts superpowers. So when you're using contracts, like you're limited by the Ethereum virtual machine, that's like very expensive, very inefficient. So if you want to do something with like an autonomous world. Like imagine you want to update the game economy, and you want to actually like have the sinks and faucets be based on some very complex economic model. There's no way you could put that on chain, but you could calculate it off chain and then post a proof that the economy was updated according to this model and these model parameters. So you could do a lot of like very computationally intensive things, but do it off chain, but still provide a proof that it was actually done correctly, which could be useful for certain kinds of projects. Maybe gaming at some point, if the economies are big enough and people care enough about it. I think DeFi is also like a very cool use case. Like imagine you're updating like collateral ratios and you're doing maybe like some active like Uni V3 LP management that you want to use like a complex off-chain model to do. That's like a big pain point. There's like a lot of like TVL associated like in those projects. So I think that might also be like a very interesting area where you could effectively use just like complex off-chain computation, post a proof without actually having to like redo the computation on chain.
So I'm very excited as well about kind of proof of humanness. I think one of the things that we have yet to see is kind of the final capstone of the destruction of Web 2, right? Like we have seen the beginnings. Obviously, like Jack Dorsey doesn't want to run a company called Twitter, and like Zuckerberg doesn't want to run a company called Facebook, right? They actually want to run companies called Block and Meta, right? So like to me, like we know that the beginning of the end of Web 2 is here, but the thing that's really interesting about verifiable humanness is that we haven't even seen the impact of AI, right? So the thing that's going to happen is if you think bots are a problem on Twitter, right? Obviously the blue check mark is kind of this weird, almost hash cash like postage model where you basically make, spamming the network more expensive. But I just think that we're going to increasingly be following, sometimes it'll be consensual, where we're going to follow like a VTuber that actually is a fictitious character and we'll do so knowing it. But I think we're going to be following more and more accounts that are actually bots without knowing it, right? So I think that that's the final destruction of reality online, right? Which is that there won't be an online reality that anyone can trust, which makes things like cryptographic signature authentication, NFT, it makes these kinds of like 1,000-factor authentication mechanism super interesting. And actually, when you tie it back to things like gaming, one of the things that's happening is, for example, if you look at Axie Infinity as a universal basic income, similar to a world coin, right? Then the proof is actually that you're able to play a game. And one of the weird kind of externalities is that it actually benefits the game ecosystem to have bots, right? Because it creates this false construct of like players, right? So in a sense, the question becomes, how do you create crypto economic incentives for real players to really prove that they're real, and as opposed to non-real players, right? So for example, another really interesting case study is something like Steppen, where your proof is actually that you take your phone and you actually walk around, right? But obviously they have to have bot detection mechanisms that prevent people from taking 30 phones and walking around, or tying their phone to a paint shaker and having it go for a walk, right? So there's definitely like really interesting ideas of what is a human and what's real, because I think those things are increasingly going to be ultra valuable proofs. Like if you can prove something is a human and that it's a real, that's going to be increasingly valuable in the age of AI, when nothing is human and nothing is real, right? So if you look at about what's about to happen, I think statistically you'll be able to assert that nothing is human and nothing is real, because the amount of humans and the amount of what's real contrasted with the amount of bots and what's not real will just be a rounding error, right? So if you just say everything on the internet's not real and not human, you're going to be 99% correct, right? So I think, looking for kind of Nash equilibria that are tied to this destruction, the final destruction of Web 2, becomes venture, right? So it becomes really interesting. So I'd love to kind of have your thoughts.
Totally agree. No, like my sense is in 3 to 5 years, yeah, I mean, maybe 5% of content on the internet is going to be like human generated. And I think the difference with privacy, like it's unfortunate that a lot of privacy focused projects have not really reached mainstream, even though it's built on like very cool tech. I unfortunately think that privacy is not valued by society until you need it, like in some very unhappy cases and unhappy regimes. But it's always been harder for a privacy to be a commercially a backable thing, unless it is a feature that second to the thing that you're providing. But I think there will be a much greater importance placed on human authenticity by society, and a premium on humanity. I think you'll also see this in the form of like gen art. There's like two flavors of generative art. One is like humans creating gen art, and the other is like mid-journey, like generated art. And I think you'll see probably like a bifurcation in like prices there, where there's going to be a premium on like the cutoff, like pre some mid-journey, where like you really can't tell anymore. And like, I mean, we'll see. Like, it's a prediction. I think like things that Clear Silver is doing, like super cool. But I think, yeah, with Gen Art, like Midjourney is crazy, you know. And my bet is there will be, yeah, market premiums placed on human generated assets across like art, media, music. There's some crazy songs where they like create a remix with like Beyonce and like Bad Bunny, and it's not real, but it sounds so real, it's crazy. And I mean, there's gonna be like a lot of like lawsuits there, but I think like that's where actually like verifiable humanness becomes particularly important.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very exciting kind of worldview. You know, we definitely also kind of have this kind of mindset around stuff like AI tech, right? Which is that, broadly speaking, when we look at AI tech, like the smartest AI tech people I know are not in startups. And I think that's almost a measure of how smart they are, right? Which is that, you know, if they were in startups, I actually would discount their overall intelligence, right? Because you know, AI tends to be ultra hot summers, ultra cold long winters, right? So really what the best strategy is for super good AI people is to use the summer to jump from Microsoft OpenAI, or to jump from OpenAI to Google, and then command a higher salary that they can lock in for the winter, right? So to us, like one of the things that excites us about kind of partners like Dimitri is that we just feel like he's reasoning well about future Nash equilibria, right? Which is the right, I think it's the right way to venture invest, right? Which is, you don't just say, oh, AI is hot, so we'll invest in AI. Like, that's very linear. And the thing that's crazy is that when you look at the herd, that's what the herd is doing, right? So what's happening is that the herd is actually pumping valuations and basically destroying all of your multiple, right? So it's basically like, if you act like that, you're going to lose, right? That's basically my venture mindset. So we have to be slightly contrarian, but we also have to kind of reason about future state Nash equilibria. So like, I guess what I wanted to say is, you know, now that you've kind of had a chance to kind of hear a little bit about sort of both of our thinkings, you know, I'd be curious to kind of open it up if anyone has questions or comments or thoughts, right? You know, and I think, you know, this is a small enough environment where you could just shout. So, you know, just shout out and we'll repeat the question. So do I think there are defensible moats in AI? I think it's tough. I think AI tends to be massively centralized, right? So when you think about things like cost to train model, right? So like that gets really prohibitive when you talk about like large model, right? So, you know, in a sense, like the thing that's really amazing is that if you're to believe the Twitter leak of Google internal documents around moats, Google doesn't think there are moats in AI. So like, you know, it's kind of like, should I think there are? So, you know, so I think that's another problem, right? Another problem is there may not be moats. And the thing that's really complicated about AI is that it feels like one of the great things is that open source AI is actually moving faster than kind of corporate AI, which I think is good for the world. Any take?
I don't know enough about AI. I like, my whole worldview is denominated in crypto. There's some interesting applications around training and inference where you could apply distributed compute to. On the training side, there's things like Jensen. On the inference side, there's things like Chain ML. Those things are interesting. If you could get economies of scale by having a distributed network of nodes provide compute power, and if you believe that the demand is going to grow exponentially, then maybe there's a case that says that thousands of machines around the world might be more efficient to the extent you could parallelize the training or inference relative to one data center with all of them stuffed inside. That's TBD. But I think it's a cool thing. It's a cool experiment that that people are working on.
Okay, I think I just got the hook. So it looks like we're going to start the regular program again, which I think is awesome. So, you know, if you want to get a hold of me, it's Miko Java on Twitter, MIKOJAVA. I will engage if you publicly tweet my handle. So go ahead and do that. And then Dimitri?
DBERENZON. Dimitri Berenson. Yeah, find me on Twitter.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
All right. Is this on? No? Am I just talking myself?
Thank you for the roundtable. Main stage sessions here. We got workshops in the conference room and expert sessions down the hall. So make your way where you want to be. Or stay here.
All right, come on in and join us. We've got a great talk coming up. Marta from Masari. So, you ready? Yeah. We'll let everyone get settled. Come on in, and we're going to hear from Marta.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Well, thank you. My name is Marcia. I'm head of research at Masari, and I'm going to talk to you guys today about some of the things that our analysts are excited about to see built. So we're going to talk about DeFi, DSOC, and DePIN. So to start with DeFi, when industries adopt a new technology paradigm, what you tend to see is that the new paradigm adopts the business models of the old paradigm. And that's exactly what we've been seeing with DeFi that has been adopting the TradFi fee-based models. Now, this is not necessarily a successful strategy because it fails to account for a shift in the competitive environment. And that's also what we're seeing with DeFi, because DeFi doesn't enjoy the same modes that TradFi has, because it's all open source and anyone can basically fork your protocol. And the main competitive dimension for DeFi is liquidity. And liquidity is at odds with that fee-based model, because whenever you bump up your fees and people have somewhere else to go, it's extracting liquidity from your protocol. And that's exactly what we've been seeing in DeFi, what you see on this chart for DEXs, but the same applies to lenders, if that fees have been trending down, and we believe that they will continue to trend down. Now, looking at this chart, so on the left axis, you see profitability as represented by next income, and relative TVL represents scalability. So what you see is protocols like Uniswap and Aave, they definitely have profit potential up there in the middle, but they have limited scalability potential because of the competitive nature of their business models. And what is a more sustainable business model in DeFi is what we call liquidity services. So in essence, liquidity services, like what Maker and Lido are doing, convert capital with one set of properties into capital with another set of properties. So looking at Maker, for example, they transform or convert a volatile collateral asset like Ether into a stable DAI. And what these business models are doing is they take advantage of some of the properties of crypto. So crypto allows basically anyone to be their own bank and to provide liquidity or credit. Now, the good news is that there's no reason why matchmakers, these two-sided marketplaces like DEXs and lenders, cannot run a liquidity service model alongside their two-sided marketplace. And that's exactly what we see happening. And what that basically means when you do that is that you have natural demand, because that is a problem that as a liquidity provider you still face. You need to bootstrap demand by providing incentives, and that is expensive. Now, combining these two business models is like a superior strategy from that perspective, because you have natural demand. And so what we've been seeing is interest, or is moves from the likes of Aave and Uniswap and Frax to basically extend their protocols and move into you know, how do you say that, adjacent like business models like liquidity provision. And that is also real interesting and beneficial from a couple of other reasons, right? Because from a competitive standpoint, for example, if you launch a stable coin that is not forkable and it provides like a moat that they don't have right now. And from a financial perspective, you have interest revenues flowing directly into your treasury, which means that you don't have to charge LPs fees and taking that away from their profits. So that sort of solves for that part of the equation. So we expect to see more of that as some of these moves by some of these established DeFi protocols gain traction. Now, another thing that we're excited about is verticalization. So if you think about DeFi protocols, they're financial infrastructure, right? They're not end user products. Whereas end user products, so stuff that's built on top of these protocols, is what ultimately drives adoption, because that is what defines the use case and the user experience. And so what we're seeing, and therefore it also defines the success of the underlying protocols. So what we're seeing is some of these DeFi protocols moving up that chain vertically. And what that allows them to do, or why that is exciting, is one, because it gives them like pricing power, because now they own that customer relationship and that customer experience. And two, it also helps with the adoption of their protocol, because they now own the UX that sits on top of that. So Uniswap launched earlier this year an early version of their mobile wallet, and we see that as a vertical move, and we expect to see more of that within DeFi. DSOC, or decentralized social. So we all love to hate social media platforms, because they steal our data and they manipulate us with their algorithms. They're also closed systems. So whenever you decide to leave Facebook, you leave everything behind: your digital identity, your content, your data, your connections. And DSOC is looking to solve that problem by basically breaking up the technology stack. And at the core of that sits the social graph. And the social graph is what houses your profile and your content and your connections. And what that basically does, it benefits both builders as well as users. So from a user perspective, it makes your data user owned, and it makes your digital identity portable. Whereas from a builder perspective, it opens up, anyone can build on top of this open social graph. So anyone can build their own front end. And that also significantly opens the design space. Now, another thing that it does is that it's beneficial for creators. thinking about creators in the context of Web 2 social platforms, first of all, they have to monetize across a number of different platforms because they're all closed platforms. From a revenue perspective, if social platforms make $230 billion in a year, only $6.5 billion of that goes to creators. So that's just about 2%. A lot of that actually goes to the top contributors too. So there's no really such thing as a middle class. So that means that it's a big enough gap from a revenue perspective for creators to be interested in alternatives and also for builders looking to build to close that gap. However, there's a however, whereas Web 2 platforms, users push data into these platforms, in Web 3, builders pull data out of this social graph, and anyone can basically do that. So there's not the same mode that you see as in the Web 2 platform. So it's quite competitive, so to say. And what we're seeing right now, although decentralized social has gained some traction, it still has some ways to go, because what it effectively is right now is traditional social on crypto rails. And it kind of like goes back to what we discussed for DeFi, new paradigm, old paradigm, right? So what we need to see happen there is these front-end applications start building like more crypto native features that will, one, provide a real edge over incumbents from a user perspective, and I missed my last point, but yeah. So that's what we're what we will expect to happen next. Now, another thing that we think is really interesting from a DSOC perspective is what's happening with AI. So I imagine a lot of you played around with ChatGPT and stuff like that. And you know what this technology will allow you to do is create your own UI, your own applications and experiences, right? So you're already seeing that with a tool like Replit, which allows you with relative ease to spin up personal level applications. And from a user perspective, these applications provide a lot of optionality and value. So we're now entering the era of the user generated experience, or UGX. And we think that that DSOC will be a beneficiary of that, because these applications are useless without data, and they need to pull data from somewhere, and that somewhere could be the social graph, right? That somewhere has to be open, it has to be interoperable. So what we expect to see is, from a front-end perspective, that you'll also see platforms being built that allow users to create their own applications, and that will do two things effectively, right? So as a builder, so as the builder of these platforms, the app generation process will be proprietary, while at the same time it will create invaluable invaluable experiences from a user perspective, like really value added features that are very hard to replicate by incumbents because they're not open. Another thing that we've actually been excited about for quite a while is decentralized physical infrastructure, something that we started looking into last summer. So for those of you not familiar, decentralized physical infrastructure, I'll go deeply into, briefly into what that is, right? If you think about traditional infrastructure networks like the cloud, these are actually quite hard to build because, first of all, it's very capital intensive, so it's expensive. And second of all, it really takes time to scale these. So Deepin is looking to solve that problem by building a network of millions of independent computers with idle computing power. And it's doing that by leveraging crypto economic models to bootstrap demand and by incentivizing users to supply idle compute capacity until it builds like a certain level of scale that allows it to compete with traditional hardware networks. And the reason why people are starting to get really interested in that right now is because it starts to generate like real demand, and because it's actually a real world use case, and there's not that many of that yet in crypto. Now, one reason why it's starting to gain traction is because of the exponential demand for compute. And that has been driven by emerging technologies like AI, which we'll talk more about in a minute, IoT, and the metaverse. So all of that requires a tremendous amount of compute. And okay, and there I'm almost done. And there 2 minutes, yeah. And there tends to be a gap between the supply and demand for compute. So from a sorry, I got brought off guard for a minute. So there tends to be a gap between the two, right? So typically supply is not keeping up with demand. And there's a number of explanations for that. And one of them by Matthew Ball is that because when there is more supply, when there is more supply, it tends to get mopped up relatively easily because we do harder things with it. So we believe Deepin is unique positioned to bridge that gap. And we're actually starting, and in particular, when the supply starts to reach critical mass. And we believe that is starting to happen right now. And one of the interesting things is, I'm running out of time, so I'll finish with that and skip the last slide. But one of the interesting things there is that public mining companies that were previously mining Ethereum are actually interested in supplying capacity to Deepin networks. And finish with 2 examples. One is a cash network, which is first of all seeing real world demand from enterprises, but there's also large enterprises like Google and Microsoft that are supplying to these networks. And it even has a partnership with Apple for the iPad M1s to render. Sorry, that is for render network. Both of these are for render network. For a cash network, what I wanted to say is they have commits from this group of Ethereum miners for 1 million GPUs for their upcoming launch of their network. I had one more slide. I'm going to drop that because I'm running out of time. But there's also opportunity for these Deepin networks to be leveraged for machine learning workloads. So obviously just scratching the surface here. Check out our research if you want to go in depth in any of these things.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay, hi. I am introducing myself. So my name is Jessica. We'll give him a second to get the slides up. But while he's doing that, I'll explain to you why I'm here. So I work with C4. We are a nonprofit. We do education and certification, and we have the cryptocurrency security standard, also known as the CCSS, because nobody wants to say cryptocurrency security standard over and over again. So let's talk about the CCSS. All right. So I'd love to see a raise of hands of who wants to see Ethereum being widely used, mass adoption. Are we all in agreement that we want to see this everywhere? Yes. Okay. I know you're with me. So my next question, a little less fun. Do you know someone who has lost Ether or another cryptocurrency? Raise your hand. It can be you. I've screwed up before. It's all right if you have too. But so we've got a problem, and we're being recognized by other industries as having a problem. So how do we fix this? All right, so we already know there have been a lot of funds lost from mismanagement. This is key mismanagement. I'm not talking about smart contracts. I'm not talking about, issues with code. I'm specifically talking about keys being lost, flying away. Who knows where are they going, but this continues to happen. So how do we solve it? Because we are a community of people who care about the space. We care about other people surviving, not losing their money. So how do we fix this? All right, we stop the madness. And how do we do this? We do it with a free standard, the CCSS. All right, at its base, it's all about key management. So how do we secure these digital assets with private keys? Like I said, I'm with C4. We're a nonprofit. We've been around since 2014. And the CCSS, the standard, was first published in 2015. So it's been around for a while, but that does not mean that it is in its same form that it started at. So it has been reiterated time and time and time again, and it was created by experts within the industry. So this wasn't just like me sitting down writing like, oh, here are a few things that you should probably be doing. No, this is created by actual experts. So Andreas Antonopoulos, Jameson Lopp, Vitalik Buterin was an advisor for C4 for many years. And importantly, it's free. It's open. Anybody can go on our website and look at this. And so we really want, as a community, for everyone to come together and to be doing the right thing, which seems simple, but if you know about cryptography and you understand how private keys are being managed or mismanaged, you'll know that we really need to make some changes. All right, so I want us to imagine that I'm saying, who wants to give me $1,000? Yeah, everybody wants to give me $1,000. All right, I'm going to put it in this neat little lockbox I have. I've got a key. Trust me. Trust me. I've got the key. Who trusts me? Who wants to give me $1,000? Who wants to give me, I don't know, $5,000, 10, $1 million, billions of dollars? And you're probably going to think like, well, what kind of key is this? Is it made from plastic? Who has a copy of the key? What did I do with it? Trust me. That's basically what we're doing right now. We're blindly trusting that the people that are creating our keys, that are managing them, are doing the right thing. And some of them might be, some of them aren't. But how do we know if they are or not? So we do this with the CCSS. C4 curates this. Experts help us to do this. We certify auditors. Auditors are hired by wallet infrastructure companies, and they go out, they do these audits. They're not being given the private keys. Don't worry, that would kind of negate the whole purpose of this. But what they are doing is checking, and Fireblocks was the first system to be audited and certified. So this is coming, and we all need to be working together as a group of people that care about other people to make the space safer. So at its core, the CCSS is a way to score crypto key management. Just gonna check and see how much time I've got. Okay, cool. All right, so who's seen this image before? Has everyone seen this? No? What do you see? What is it? A duck? What else? A rabbit. Okay, so if you look at it from one perspective, it's a duck. If you look at it from the other perspective, it's a rabbit. If we're only looking at something from one point of view, we're going to mess up. We're going to duck things up. And hey, guess what? We already are. This has been happening over and over again. So I'm not saying that, oh, yeah, let's adopt the CCSS and throw out everything else. That is not the plan. The plan is to use this standard to complement other standards. So NIST, ISO standards like 27001, SOC 2. So continue doing these others. This is very specific for key management. So often we think like, oh, I've got a ledger or Trezor, I've got this hardware wallet, that's kind of the end of it. But secure key management is a lot more than just what's happening on the hardware. It's also about software. It's about what policies are happening, what are the procedures happening, and education of personnel. So we need to make sure that all of these things are happening to make sure that systems are secure. And the way that we do this, sorry, PowerPoint changed this a little bit, but the point of it is there's two different sides. There's cryptographic asset management, and then there's the operations. So if you've done all of the things you need to do to make your keys secure, but then you haven't trained your employees on what to do with them, you're going to have a problem. So this is an abridged version. There's actually 43 different requirements within this standard, and there's 3 different levels. But what we're really looking at is how are private keys being generated? How are wallets being created? How are the keys being stored? And are there other audits going on? What about data sanitization? So it's a very robust standard and covers a lot of different aspects. So let's talk about key generation. When we're looking at key generation, we're thinking about randomness. And so this is just an example. I know this is not the math behind it, but you see a bunch of words or something and you're like, oh, this is random. Humans can come up with a few words, they won't be connected. But that's not really the case. Humans are not good at randomness. We need computers to create this information. But how do we know that they're creating a key that actually has enough entropy and really is random? So all of those words relate to being yellow. I don't know if you noticed that or not, because our brain doesn't always think things through. We have to look at it through multiple perspectives. We have to have other people come in and take a look at what we're doing and give us feedback. So entropy pool. This is part of the standard 1.1.4.1. Yes, there's a lot of different pieces to this. And like I said, you can read it for free. But so what an auditor is looking at if they're doing a CCSS audit is if the keys and seeds are created with enough entropy. Is it like yellow banana, obviously, or is it something that is actually secure? So we're also looking at wallet creation. How many keys are being used in this? 1, more than 1? Let's go back to how you guys are going to give me all your money, right? We're a nonprofit, that's fine. Hand it over. I'm going to put it in this lockbox. And I'm going to tell you that now the lockbox has 3 different keys. You need 2 of them to be able to get in. This is going to be great. Do you guys have more trust in me? Seems good, right? But are the keys any better? What about the lockbox? What am I actually doing? What we keep hearing is, trust us, we do this, we do that. Are they? We don't know. And we need to work together to find a way to fix this problem. There's also key storage, which is whether or not there's a backup of the keys. And where does this backup live? So Canada's best Bitcoin exchange, Quadriga CX, where did the keys live? Was there a backup? Kind of appears that this didn't work out. And this happened in 2014. And yet we're still experiencing this problem. So we're not learning and making changes. We seem to be growing, but money keeps being lost. You guys know that 2022 was the worst year for key hacks? So we need to make sure that the backup key has environmental protection. So the way that the CCSS is set up is there's 3 different levels of security. Level 1 is still secure. It's difficult to get to. Level 2 is more secure. Level 3 is even more. So let's say you are like, I'm really clever. I'm going to put my backup phrase on a boat. No one will know to look there, right? That's a good idea. No one knows I have a boat. I'm going to stick it there. What if there's a storm and the boat goes down? Seemed like a good idea until you didn't think of that. And obviously, this is not something that I hope people are doing. But the thing is that there are a lot of different things that can happen if you're not being careful. And we need to be working together to make sure that the ships aren't going down with the keys. There's also the issue of a key compromise. Who has access to the keys? And what if somebody who had access leaves the company? Is there a plan in place? I hope so. And more than that, if there's a plan, What's next? Have you practiced what to do? Because in the heat of the moment, it's really difficult to be able to think things through. So has the person run away with the key? So we need to make sure that there's this policy for key compromises. And have we rehearsed for it? So we also look at the operational side of things we were talking about. So data sanitization, is data sanitization happening? And like I said, this is complementary. So we should not be ignoring things like NIST 800 and 88. We need to make sure we're doing all of these different things. And the best way to do that is to have somebody check either, I mean, it's good to just look at this checklist. It's a good best practice, but there's more than that as well. So we've been talking about private keys as if they're just sort of this object, but we really know that there's a lot of cryptography and math that's happening behind the scenes. And so once this is created, what's happening to it? Like I said, there are 3 different levels of CCSS compliance. And if a company goes through and gets audited, they may not get any level of compliance. Probably wouldn't give them my money to hold using their private keys. But right now we don't know who is and who isn't. The next thing is level 2. So we say secure, more secure, paranoid secure. And I will say there's a caveat with that. Being more secure to a certain degree can become a usability issue if you can't actually do the things that you need to do operationally. So saying that you're a level 3 isn't necessarily more effective than a level 2. It depends on your organization and your needs. So looking and just saying, oh, well, they're a level 2, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't doing the best things for that. So you have to kind of be critical when you're thinking about this. And I will say that in terms of security, the weakest link is the weakest link. If you are doing 50 things right and 1 thing wrong, that 1 thing wrong could take down your company. And more importantly than that, these are real people who are trusting us with their money. What are we doing with it? How are we valuing them, their work, their livelihood, and proving to them that we really do care about them? So the Navy is only as fast as its slowest ship. You're only as secure as your least secure piece. So this is kind of like PCI DSS. The payment card industry in 2004 came up with their own standard, and now it is widely adopted because banks aren't going to be working with credit cards or with companies that aren't doing things securely, and they solve their own problem. We can solve our own problem. We don't need regulators coming in and telling us everything that we need to do. We want them to see that we're doing this ourselves already and learning from this. And then if they put regulation in place, it should tie into what we already know makes sense. Let's have the people who actually understand the technology creating the rules. So let's stop blindly trusting people. Let's ask questions. Let's really take a look at it and make sure that security matters. Let's stop the dumpster fires. Thumbs down to dumpster fires. We don't want to see these happening. That's supposed to be eyeballs. Let's take second looks before we make partnerships with people. Let's make sure that we're doing the things that align with our values. And let's make the space more secure. So this is an abbreviated version of the CCSS. Like I said, you can read the whole thing for free. I hope you do. I hope you share it with other people so that we can work together and fix the problem that we've kind of created for ourselves. So cryptoconsortium.org, check us out, and I'll be around for the rest of the day. Thank you. All right, we have the next, question. So the certification's been around, the standard's been around since 2015. We just released this. So like thousands of companies have been audited, but the certification process is new. So I can't tell you off the top of my head how many, but you can check on our website. It's public. Everything. Yep. If you have a Trezor ledger, do you know what they did with the amount of entropy for the key? Do they have those keys? We don't know. They say they don't. Do they? Hope not. So nope, we're unbiased, but you can look on our website to see who's gone through certification. We recommend paying attention to what's happening within the community, and also don't trust me. don't believe what I'm saying. Look this up. Look everything up. Make sure that you're really thinking things through. But I want to get to the next speaker because Alex. All right, so now we have Alex who's going to do a presentation. Let's get this set up. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I've heard there's a laser on this. Yes. Hello. If anyone wants to grab a coffee, feel free. This is primarily for essentially projects that are launching their own token on a very fundamental economic level. So Simplicity Group co-founded this. Who am I? Very quickly. I did economics in university. I've been in the space since 2017, trading, investing. Learned a lot about finance, about economics, about the space. Worked at crypto VC incubator, and that's where I got some experience incubating startups, creating token economies primarily. And I realized that the industry standard for understanding what a token actually is very, very low, and launched Simplicity Group to essentially help that. So how do you build a sustainable token economy? Well, first of all, let's look at the definitions of what is a token. A token is simply a vehicle to transact value. That value can be monetary, political, social, informational, whatever, but it's just a vehicle for transacting value. It's not the value in and of itself. And there's also a distinction between cryptocurrencies and tokens, in that cryptocurrencies are the medium of exchange on a infrastructure protocol, whereas a token is something that's built on top on a business or project. Whereas an economy is just a system that facilitates the flow of value between different actors and different parts of the ecosystem. And sustainable just means it doesn't jeopardize the future, in essence, which means that it's not volatile. The magnitude of essentially the price moves isn't that significant. There's incentive alignment between all the different people and the ecosystem itself, and also the fact that it might work now, but in 2 years it doesn't. That's not sustainable, so trying to solve that. So what is a sustainable token economy? It is a tokenized system for value transfer that doesn't jeopardize the future of the project. Now, how do we build one? Well, we start off with, firstly, who are you? Are you a service provider? Are you a shop, a decentralized protocol, a community, social media platform? You need to figure out what exactly you are, who you are, what you're giving to users, and what value you're providing to other people or to the world, in essence. Then from there, you can figure out, well, as I said, what value there is, and then figure out how it flows between the ecosystem, different actors within it. And then you can start thinking about, how do you implement a token? So why do you need to implement a token? These are the 4 reasons that we've sort of identified as the core reasons behind actually launching a token. And to break them down very quickly, the first one is decentralization. You might not want to use the dollar because the dollar has inflation and it might collapse or something like that. Cool. If not the dollar, you can't use the pound because the pound is limited, even more in terms of the countries that it can be applied with. What else can you use? You can use Bitcoin, but Bitcoin also, you can't really trust it. You can use stable coins. You can't really trust it fully, 100%. So you launch your own token to negate any counterparty risk because you can trust yourself the most. Another reason is the fiscal and monetary policy control. In essence, just ensuring that you have the supply rates, the tax rates, and everything is completely down to you. The next reason is derivation, in that derivatives, in essence, if anyone traded on the stock market, options, forex, whatever it is, they shut down on the weekend. Well, you can use a tokenized version of that, synthetics, in essence, for example. Also tokenization, like properties. Who tried here to buy a property before in the past? All right, a lot of people I see, that's good. So it's very long and it's very tedious because you have a lot of documentation that you need to fill out. Well, if all that documentation is stored on a token, and this sort of leads us onto the transfer of data point, then in essence, your KYC'd, the buyer's KYC'd, that way around, and you just transfer the token and it should all be done easy peasy. So that's another reason for the token. And even more so is the zero data element of it. So things like hospitals, governments, stuff like that, they don't need to share the data, but they can share the data, zero knowledge proof stuff. So that's another reason. And finally, Web3, which is what a lot of projects launch with the idea in mind of, you have incentive alignment. Like, for example, Ethereum has Ether to align incentives between the people who are working for it, they get rewarded. People who are also validating it. They need to stake some ether. If they're bad actors, they get slashed. So it's a nice balance between essentially what the users want and also what the ecosystem wants. And user ownership, which is like the key thing of Web3, I feel, is giving the users back the ownership of their data, of their items, of their assets, of their money, and all that stuff. So those are the main reasons to launch a token. And then you figure out how much value you can capture. So as I said, monetary, political, social, informational. There's probably other things that isn't on here, but it's just a vehicle for capturing any value that your business or protocol already provides. Then you figure out, roughly speaking, how much that value actually is. So firstly, the intrinsic value, again, is coming from these four things over here and maybe more. And then the velocity, in that if, for example, someone buys a token, gives it to someone else, and that person sells a token very quickly, the token is a medium of exchange, and it has very high velocity in that it doesn't hold any of the value that it just captured because it gets bought and then sold pretty much straight away. So velocity is in essence how it's a measure of how quickly the token is transacted and then sent back onto the market. So if you slow down the velocity because people are spending the token for other reasons, well, it will accrue more value. Now, thirdly, the economy. So you start off with figuring out what are your elements of the business. Let's say, for example, you're a move to earn project. So you have the company itself, you have the ability for people to earn the tokens. Then you have the different actors, you have the people, you have the advertisers that are buying the data that you're collecting, you have yourself, you have investors. Then you chart out the flow between all of them. You see how exactly the value flows from users to the company, company users, and so on and so forth. And then you visualize the different vehicles, i.e., the users earn the token, but then the advertisers are paying you in fiat, something like that. And in essence, you get something like this. Again, a very simplified version, but what we have here, and I'll explain this in more detail, you have your company over here. You have the advertisers who are buying the data that you're collecting, and they're giving you fiat. These are essentially partners. Like, when you open a newspaper and you see that there's a McDonald's voucher in there, well, McDonald's paid the newspaper for that voucher, sort of like advertising. So they're also giving you money. And then the users are earning your tokens. They can spend it, they can sell it, and so on and so forth. So that's your main revenue model. You're earning money from the advertisers and from your partners. Then you're giving the rewards essentially to users for moving, but in reality, you're just selling their data. Of course, you can let them tick if they want that or not. The user can then spend the token on, let's say, governance, on vouchers, or they can just sell it on an exchange. And fundamentally, what you have here is a token that's used as a primarily medium of exchange, in that the money that's coming from the advertisers and the partners is the actual thing that's going to the users. It's just the company can't really give them, dollars directly because, well, as far as I'm understanding, that's a bit illegal. So you just use your token to, decentralize, and you do that via the token. Now, how do you do that? Is the money that they give you, in essence put into the liquidity pool, and then the user who who sells the token into the liquidity pool, they get the money back. So, for example, if the advertiser gives you $50, the partners give you $50, you have $100. Now, the user, let's say one token is $1. You reward the users with 100 tokens, and then the user deposits 100 tokens onto an exchange, and they withdraw $100. Now, the way automated market makers work is a bit more complex, but in essence, it's just a balance between how much tokens they have versus how much of the other, like USDC or Bitcoin or ETH or whatever they have. So then let's say, the exchange has $100 less and it has 100 more tokens. So therefore, the price of the token right now, it's fell down a little bit. What you do, you come back and you use that revenue to deposit that into the exchange, and you take out the 100 tokens, and you're back in equilibrium. So therefore, your token price is arguably stable. Now, let's say there's a surplus of the tokens, of liquidity on the exchange, whereby you introduce governance and vouchers. So out of the 100 tokens that the users get, 10 goes to governance, 10 goes to vouchers. So now they only sell $80. So now only 80 tokens, sorry. So now 80 tokens go onto the exchange. However, you still withdraw 100 tokens from the exchange, which therefore means that the token price goes up because there's less tokens and there's more money in the exchange. Now let's bring it back to equilibrium, because you also have investors that have invested, and this VC can also mean, you know, your team and anyone else who's selling, like advisors or marketers. Let's say they're selling 20 tokens at a time. Well, you know, the users are selling 80, the VC is selling 20. So there's still equilibrium between how much tokens are entering the exchange versus how many tokens are leaving the exchange. However, the problem that essentially plagues the vast majority of projects is they have more tokens entering the exchange than are actually being taken out. Now, in this very simple system, the buyback is initiated by the company, but obviously in an actual economy, you'll have users buying the token, like for example, this user over here. He'll be buying the token. There might be other people buying the token. So this is a very simple version. But in essence, as long as you keep the balance between tokens entering and leaving the exchange, your price will be stable, ceteris paribus. Now, how do you work out the value behind all of that? Well, for the demand, as we discussed, you have how much value the token can capture on an intrinsic level. You also factor in its velocity, and you essentially work out the value of the token in relation to its valuation, in that the valuation is derived from the price of the token. So if you can figure out how much value you can capture, i.e. your valuation, then you can figure out, you know, the token price. And then the supply side is, you know, everyone's favorite tokenomics table. Now, you know, the tokenomics table, right? It looks at the distribution, it factors in the valuations, the vesting schedules. And in essence, once you figured out how much value, how much buy pressure there is going to be in your ecosystem, and how much of that buy pressure is going to be captured by the token, you can then work backwards to figure out, you know, your vesting schedules and your allocations, and in essence, again, balance the supply with the demand. So once you do that, obviously there's a lot more that goes into this, but for the essence of simplicity, we won't go into that. But lastly, everything that I just spoke about is fundamentals. You know, as long as you launch at a value that's as close as possible to the real value of the token, and as long as you can explain the numbers that you have on your tokenomics tables and all the other, you know, financial data that you have, you'll be at a good spot to launch and to survive things at the bear market and at a very inherent level, because you're a good business. You know, your token is in line with what your business wants to achieve. However, we operate in a complex system where, well, anything can happen. For example, Elon Musk can tweet that Bitcoin's bad for the environment and the whole market collapses by 40%. So to keep yourself relatively safe from exogenous and endogenous shocks, you need some checks and balances, which sort of mapped out here. But in essence, the same way that an actual economy, like a real economy, keeps the, you know, the fiat currency in check via monetary policies, fiscal policies, and some other stuff, you can do the exact same thing. Whereby, for example, if there is too much sell pressure, you can enforce monetary policy. For example, you can reduce unlocks. Now, the way you can do that is you can have dynamic vesting schedules that unlock tokens based on network usage, for instance. So if there's not a lot of network usage, then the VCs aren't getting that many tokens unlocked. They're not selling that many tokens. You can also do that with normal tranches, like for example, the team tranche. You know, you have a lot of tokens in your treasury. Well, just don't sell them. You know, seems simple, but people still do. You can enforce buybacks. You can increase interest rates, which probably isn't the perfect terminology. But like, for example, if someone wants to unstake a token, or to be fair, that's actually over here. If someone wants to unstake the token, you tax them a bit more because that disincentivizes them from unstaking, and it also takes a bit of tokens out of the circulation as you tax them, and so on and so forth. And pretty much the exact opposite when there's too much buy pressure. Because as well as avoiding your token from crashing by 99%, it's also good to avoid it from going up by 100x if you actually want to be a sustainable business. And the way you do that, again, is you do the opposite. You increase how many tokens are being minted, released into the market, and long story short, you balance the supply with the demand. The marketing is on both of these because, for example, if there's too much sell pressure, well, you can release an announcement that you've partnered with Visa, MasterCard, and then all of a sudden there's a lot more buy pressure now. On the other side, if there's too much buy pressure and your token is experiencing incredible volatility on the upwards, well, you can release a thread from, you know, the co-founder saying, hey, this is all speculative, this isn't the value, the real value of the token is here, and that will probably cause enough sell pressure to, you know, bring it back to stability. And also you can just increase liquidity in that you can just add more money onto an exchange and therefore balance out the price from that regard. So in conclusion, to build a sustainable token economy, first of all, you need to understand who you are as a business and what value you're providing onto the world. Then you need to figure out what exactly you're planning to tokenize, what part of that value. Then figure out the economy and see how the value flows. Then the financials behind that. And in essence, figure out some checks and balances to keep it nice and stable. And the most important takeaway from the speech is the same way that money is a means to get wealth, not the wealth itself, so is a token, in that the token has no value other than whatever it's underpinning and whatever is behind it, in essence. So make sure that you have something behind the token and then you launch it, because otherwise it's just going to, collapse. And that's that. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. But yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. So the question is, how do you iterate and how do you balance the supply of demand as your users grow? And I'm assuming as there's other changes to the protocol. The main way is the dynamic or variable vesting schedules, whereby the amount unlocked is determined by a particular, like factor of your ecosystem or of the external market. In that, again, let's say, let's say your projections aren't as accurate and your users aren't growing as much. Well, what you can do is, if your vesting schedules use, user growth or registered users as a function of how many tokens are being unlocked, then, you balance the supply and demand just inherently, in essence. But also, as an actual economy, you'll need to keep coming in and balancing things. And I guess the main way is things like the monetary and fiscal policies. So if there's too much sell pressure, you tax people more. If there's not enough sell pressure, then you reduce the taxes, stuff like that. Now, obviously, when you have massive shocks to the ecosystem, it's not going to be as easy, and your increase in tax by 2% might not really help you that much. But even having this is already going to make it more stable than every pretty much other currency other than like the top 50. So yeah. Cool. Oh yeah. Do I think the market cap of tokens is what, sorry? Important for what? Yeah, I think the way the whole Web3 space is right now is it looks at tokens very similarly to stocks. In essence, we see the stock of a company going up, so therefore it must be a good company. And I think that's a massive flaw in the space. And at the moment, to answer your question, it is important, which is why we propose that you launch at real value, at your real token value, that you have stability in your price, so that your token doesn't do that and then all your partners leave, all your users leave, right? Because it is very important from that regard. However, fundamentally, tokens are just foreign exchange, the same way that the pound and the dollar trade between each other. That's what tokens should do, and that's what tokens realistically are. So I wouldn't say it's important on a fundamental scale, on a fundamental level, but right now it definitely is. But also it depends on like what exactly your token is. Like if your token is a representation of an ETF, then yeah, it is important. But if it's just a medium of exchange, then no. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to scan that and DM me on Twitter. I'll also have something going on at 3:45, I think. And yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. On? Okay. All right. Thank you, Alex. Next up, we have Masha from Disco.
Hello, guys. Hello, hello, GM. How's the volume? We rocking? We grooving? Very, very interactive audience we have today. Okay. Web3 data primitives, currencies, tokens, credentials, and more. you can read a slide. This is me, Masha Healy. I head ecosystem partnerships at Disco. Today, we know disco balls as the instant mark that fun is afoot on the dance floor. Disco balls are the shining center of the party, and when one shows up, you know that you're probably going to have a good time. At Disco, we believe that you are the disco ball. You are the multifaceted center of the party, and you should express your data and identity in that way, in the way that you decide. So, no shill zone. Let's get started. Start diving into the journey. So before I got started in crypto, I really wanted nothing more than to work on Wall Street. This was very appealing to me. Something about, a lot of power, a lot of money, a lot of status. It just really was very exciting. And it seemed really fun. And the narrative quickly started to fall apart as I realized that the ways that I could interact with this system were a bit limited. The limitations of our financial system as it is right now, the ceiling on innovation, and being raised just outside of DC, bureaucracy just wasn't really, and still isn't really for me, to be totally honest. And mostly, I really wanted to be in a space and build things that would allow me to show up as I am. And as wonderful as being one of us is, I personally would prefer to show up just as I am. And that's why I started working in crypto. But joke's on me, because when we look at the space as it is right now, there is a lot of similarities between crypto and Wall Street, rug pulls included, except without maybe the power, the money, prestige, and respect that we see that is aligned with that institution. Don't worry, we are still early, but unfortunately not a lot has changed. Cash rules everything around us. Okay. So part of the problem of this ecosystem right now is the game pieces that we have in play, the behaviors that they incentivize, and the short life cycles of those behaviors. So to interact in crypto, you have to have a wallet and you have to fund a wallet. So the TAM is very small. And so we're all about scaling this ecosystem to the millions and billions, but that right now is still limited to people who can fund wallets and manage private keys. And crypto is associated in a way with extreme need and extreme wealth, or extreme wealth. And so let's increase that TAM. Let's get everything that makes us human and fun and interesting and bring them to the projects that we are building and participating in. We need ways to interact that don't require money. So this is the world that we live now, and this is what we have on chain. And then that's everything that we have off chain. And there's a lot happening off chain. So how can we get everything that's happening off chain and bring that into our experiences on chain to make it better user experiences for the users, to give builders more insights into who their users are, and to just elevate. Elevate. So the future is on chain. Optimism, super chain, base, lots of chains, super chain. It is on chain, but I think we will all be finding ourselves asking the question of, is this legal? And there's a lot of information that is unfit for the chain. Personal identifiable information, it is not legal or appropriate to host that information on chain. And the big elephant in the room is that as of right now, there is no decentralized storage solution that is legal, safe, and compliant. And that is something that I think everyone really needs to be thinking about as we start to scale. We want that information to be able to engage with that information, but we need to find appropriate ways to do that. So You are not the contents of your wallet. Your crypto wallet right now represents token IDs mapped to it, which are public and financial assets. You are not your job. You are not how much money you have in the bank. And so that's what we are solving for. How do we add in information about who you are and how you can interact? So at Disco, we're really excited about informed consent in Web3 experiences and verifiable credentials as the new game piece that will be able to interact with smart contracts alongside fungible tokens and NFTs to unlock the universe of data that we can bring to smart contracts. And I'm sure everybody knows we got our fungible tokens and our non-fungible tokens. All right. Credentials, verifiable credentials. This is just more of like a visual of what a verifiable credential looks like at Disco, but essentially verifiable credentials are signed attestations. They are JSON blobs, like a diploma. They are about you. They are revocable. They can expire. They can use existing private keys to sign data that is written about you, the user, and it is owned and controlled by a person. It can be written by an ETH address to a Bitcoin address. It is similar to a soulbound NFT, except for it is off-chain, it is consent and privacy first, and there's a lot of kind of exciting nuance to it that we'll get into. All right. So these credentials can be controlled and signed with our existing blockchain keys, which is super exciting. But they don't live on the public chain. Instead, they live wherever you, the owner, wants them to live. They can live in private decentralized storage on your device, printed out as a QR code. It is organic, evolving, and it is just everything that is wonderful. It is dynamic. We want to be dynamic people. And so verifiable credentials help us express ourselves. This is further the details of what you would see in a verifiable credential. So who is the issuer, who is issuing the credential, who is it being sent to, what is the source of this information, and who is the recipient of this information. All right. So tokens, you have your token ID contract address, and it lives on chain. With verifiable credentials, it's a JSON blob, it's a signed attestation, and it lives off chain. Consent. With verifiable credentials, you can choose whether you want that credential to be visible by other people. There is selective disclosure that allows you to decide how much information you want to share, right? When you go to a bar and they ask you for your ID, you give them your ID, they see your home address, your birthday, your eye color, your weight. They see a lot of stuff about you. But really the only piece of information they need to know is that you're over the age of 21. And so verifiable credentials allow you to have that kind of an interaction where you're able to confirm how old a person is, but not have to expose their birth date and a lot of other unnecessary information. All right, so they are not they are not forever. So you can revoke or delete a verifiable credential, as opposed to tokens that are immutable and accessible to everyone on Earth. There's a lot of things that could be sent to my wallet right now that I just don't want to see or don't want to be associated with. So there is a layer of, I want to be able to say what things I want about me, as opposed to having anyone say whatever they want about me or send me things. No gas. That's great. So yeah, I mean, with verifiable credentials, you can send as many credentials as you want, and it is entirely gasless, which really increases the scale of what, like how you want to interact. They are not chain specific. They are not transferable. So you know that when someone has a verifiable credential, it was issued to them for a specific action, for a specific reason. They are ready to perform access controls, similar to tokens. They are ready to interact with smart contracts. And this is kind of just a quick summary: fungible, non-fungible tokens, and verifiable credentials. And just in summary, and kind of wrapping up, right now the 3 games that you can play on chain are treasury allocation, OpenSea NFT management, and playing DeFi in a way. And a call to Web3 builders and projects is to make your users owners and give them more to do than buy, sell, and stake. Allow them to share their information with you and engage with you, and vice versa, you with them, in a legally compliant way, and use that information to customize those experiences. In an AI first future, signatures are the only thing that will save us from the robots. And for me, looking back, traditional finance felt like a box that was the beginning of me unplugging myself from the matrix by being me, Masha Healy, interacting in a unique and genuine way, not funneled into someone else's design for me, whether that's a large financial institution, a government, Mark Zuckerberg, or, to be totally honest, maybe a pump and dump crypto scam that wants me to behave in a certain way. On its best day, leveraging all the game pieces, cryptography, not to be mistaken with crypto, allows us to build new systems that are permissionless and privacy and consent first. They eliminate the barriers to entry by not requiring funds to start interacting. They have the ability to solve real-world problems at scale by not requiring gas fees. And most importantly, what we care about at Disco, provide users with better experiences by allowing them to bring their whole selves to the party. We will not fit 1 billion users through the eye of a needle. We need to crush the funnel and let people come in from all directions, and unfunded wallets are the key to the metaverse. Quick shill, Disco, join the party, come hang, and you want to go where this is going, so drop a line. Would love to chat with you guys more about what you're building and how the information that we have can elevate your projects, or as an owner and user, what you would like to take in your data backpack with you through your experiences in the metaverse. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, so question, how can off-chain data interact then with on-chain? So we have a really good demo that everybody can try, disco.district, or it's on the website on Disco under partners. And it's an NFT mint that requires a credential to mint it. So right in that example, the contract checks the user's data backpack for the credential. The credential needs to be marked public, so allowed to be read by the app, and then give just-in-time access permission to then interact with the smart contract. So the credentials themselves can have abilities attached to them. They have different mechanisms of interacting with the smart contract without actually having that information stored or brought on chain. And I can show you a diagram after that will show that interaction. Yeah. Yeah, so right now we use Ceramic at Disco, which is a decentralized storage solution, which does not enable you to store personal identifiable information, but we are setting up legally compliant storage that will be available. And I think what's important here is choice as users. And I think that's a big, big win of the ecosystem, where it's like we all choose how we custody our keys, how we custody or how we custody our funds and whatever. And so similarly, we want to do that with data as well, where you have a choice how you store it. But the important part is that you store it and you make that choice and you can choose how to interact. Sorry. Yeah, so the long-term vision is empowering and enabling users to take custody of their data and then using that data to make better interactions and experiences. So like a meta example of this is I'm sitting on my living room couch and I can make it from my living room couch in the United States to ETHCC in Paris, and I never have to fill out a form for an event, tell my Uber driver what music I want to listen to or what temperature I want the car to be, because it's all in my data backpack and it's all interacting on its own. So it's a death to forms, fun times only, and just disco. Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Hello. Check, check. Cool. Hello. Hello. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. Welcome back to the main stage. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Ditya with the Ethereum Foundation. Take it away.
Hey guys. Hello. Thanks for coming to the talk. I had a last minute change in agenda. I was about to talk about changes in the protocol and what they mean for your app, but I thought it's far more valuable for me to share some of the security principles that I've learned over the years for Web3 development. And so, to keep it short, the reason I'm talking about security is I've worked on a lot of projects that require a security minded focus, like the Ethereum protocol design, some smart contract designs, and I've also published a few security focused papers. And that's why I'm here talking about security. And I guess before we talk about what those principles are, we should talk about what security is. And especially if you work in Web3, in crypto, security is the name of the game. Can you imagine a Web3 product, application, protocol, platform, whatever it is, that's been developed without a focus towards security? It's a non starter for your users and for any application in this space, really. The second point is that security is intentional. It's not that you accidentally achieve security in the final product just because of a few audits or someone else looking at your code or just because you couldn't break it. You have to be intentional about having security in the final product. It's quite tedious. I'm not going to lie, it's not easy to ensure that your final product is secure. It takes time, effort, and it costs you a little bit. And it is frankly demoralizing. If you've worked in security before, you would know that when you start paying attention to the little things, you realize everything is broken all the time. And that's what working in security is about. How do you secure um, the things that break most of the time? Right? So when you think about security, especially in Web3, you might think about audits, you might think about testing, you might think about white hat hackers. If you're feeling fancy, you might think about formal verification. I'm here to tell you all of these are merely tools you can use to achieve security. But the tools themselves do not imply anything about your final product. Just because you went through with an audit does not mean your product is secure. So I believe security is an approach. And the rest of this presentation is going to share some of the principles I've learned over the years. So really, this presentation is distilling the 5 years of experience that I have into an approach that I believe works. And this is basically it. So let me introduce it maybe from the right to the left. The right half of this approach is something that I think most people here know. If you work in tech, if you work in software development, how to get from software requirements to the actual source code is a process that's well documented and well studied. But the first half of this is system design thinking. I think that is lacking for a lot of products in this space. And I'm here to show you how you can achieve this and what tools you need to utilize in order to do this. So I guess to get started, the first thing you need is what your system requirements are. How do you get these? Well, you ask the question what you are building for. So you would start with your business use cases and you would think about the problem that you're solving and you would identify some key requirements for the solutions of these problems. So I guess a good example is if you were building a blockchain platform, an L1 blockchain, one of the key requirements is that your coins should not be double spendable. There should be no double spends. Now notice that this requirement itself doesn't tell you anything about the design of the system. It doesn't tell you anything about the source code. It's simply a high level property that you require from your solution. And this is the list you must generate before you begin anything else. You list down what are the requirements of your solution. Uh, the second step here is validation of those requirements, which is when you take the business use cases you had in mind, then you look at the requirements from the solution that you generated, and you convince yourself that these requirements would actually solve the original problem that you started with. If they don't, well, then what is it that you're really building? So the next step here is validation, which is where you take these system requirements and you convince yourselves that they solve the business use case you had in mind. And don't proceed from here until you're convinced. The next step is that of the actual design. You know your use cases, you know your requirements from your solutions, and now you actually have to get down to work and design a system that achieves them all. I don't have much to say about this. This is a very technically intense process. If it's not a niche area, you might be able to do it yourself. But if it is a niche area, I suggest you hire an expert to do it. So if you're looking for some new cryptographic tool that requires some kind of academic research, you go to a cryptographer. If you are trying to come up with a new consensus protocol, you go to someone who specializes in consensus protocols. And this is where you can utilize their skills the best. The next step is called verification. Um, this is where you take all the things you have until now, your system requirements and your system design, and you try to show that the design that you have actually satisfies all the requirements you started with. So in the case of a blockchain, your requirement was that there should be no double spends. You came up with the design, say the design is Bitcoin. Now you have the task of proving that the design that you had achieves the requirements. So in the case of Bitcoin, this would be proving that the design of Bitcoin does not allow for double spends. And a very good question here is, how the hell do you do this? Doesn't seem very obvious how to achieve this. But there are a few tools you can use. And I think this is where white papers really come in. And I think there are several levels of confidence you can achieve in this step of verification of your design. So I guess the first step really is generating a white paper and discussing it internally in your team, convincing your team that what you're building achieves the requirements you started with. And this is really step zero. You shouldn't proceed until you have at least this. A higher level of confidence is when you share this work with your peers, your community, experts in the field, auditors, and this is generally what I call peer reviewed. And this sort of has, as you can see, a much higher confidence than just convincing your team. You can go even further and publish a paper in a security conference. And I think this is the value that I see from security conferences, which is where you draw the scrutiny of security professionals working in that niche to come review your design. And they kind of sign off that your design achieves what you started with. And I guess there is a new kid on the block here, at least for Web3. It's called formal verification. It's been used in like aerospace systems and other critical areas earlier, but now we also use it for crypto sometimes. And what does this mean? What does formal verification really mean? As you notice with white papers, the people you're convincing of that your design satisfies the requirements are simply just other humans. In formal verification, you try to do this against a computer. So I guess a good analogy here is software testing. You write tests that a computer understands, you write source code that a computer understands, and you ask the computer to run the software against the tests and tell you whether it passes or not. This is a similar process, but for higher level designs, not for source code. And a good example of this is formal verification of the beacon chain design. So this is notably verification of a system architecture. It's not verification of source code. So even though this itself is source code, because if you want to convince a machine, you have to write your proofs in a language that the machine understands. So this particular language is called Daphne. It's a pretty new language from Microsoft, and it has built-in tools that lets you write these proofs. And people specialize in writing these. They are called formal verification researchers, and you might want to hire them for this job. And I guess this is the step of verification. So the what you have up till here is the confidence that your system design satisfies your system requirements. And it's also transitive because your system requirements satisfy your use cases. So at the end of the day, you have the assurance that your designs um, do, really solve the problems that you began with. The next two steps, which is going from software requirements to software, is something I'm not going to speak about much. I'm not an expert in that, and this process has been well documented. This last step here, though, which is verification of the software, is something that's fairly new. Um, it it is a standard in more of the security critical applications. This is different from testing, and I guess you use different tools than testing to achieve this. So some of the ways you might have already heard of are audits, fuzz testing, and verification of the source code. Um, and so audits is, they're pretty hot in Web3. You've heard what they do. But from my perspective, what they really do is give you another pair of eyes reviewing your source code against the requirements that you have. And I classify this as a security confidence that is better than nothing. It's just simply another pair of eyes that verifies that they don't see a problem with it. The second step, or I guess a higher level of confidence, can be achieved with fuzz testing. This is not the same as unit testing or functional testing of your software. It's more about testing properties about your software itself. So in general, how fuzz testing works is um, you install some checks in your source code to check for certain properties. And then you throw lots of randomly generated inputs to your software. And you make sure that for each of those inputs, those properties do hold. And the reason this is good is it samples all the input space that your program has, and gives you a confidence that for most of that space, your program achieves security. And of course, using this method, you cannot possibly assure these properties about the code for all inputs. That's just impossible. That is why you sample these and you randomly generate these inputs. An even better process is formal verification of the source code. This is where you would prove properties about the program against all inputs, not just specific randomly generated ones. And this is something that is very resource intensive. It would increase your build time, increase your build cost, but at the same time, give you exceptional build quality. At the Ethereum Foundation, we do utilize all of these tools, basically. We do utilize something like formal verification for very critical deployments, such as the beacon chain contract. That was a smart contract that we wanted to deploy once and never touch it again. So in that case, it made sense to have verification of the final source code. And there are well-known tools you can utilize to do this. For example, the Solidity compiler has an SMT checker. This would help you prove certain properties about the source code without, uh, you know, very intensive verification processes. And I guess a good example here is taken off the Solidity documents. The code here is trying to determine whether you can have overflows in this add function. And these require statements here, they impose properties on the inputs. And by doing this and imposing restrictions on the input, the Solidity SMT checker is actually able to tell you that for any possible inputs that satisfy those requirements, you will never have an overflow, which is a really strong statement. It tells you something about all the inputs that are possible. And yeah, I also see a gradient of security here, just as we had in the system design phase. And I guess this is all I had to say about this approach. I guess a few notes that I have is that you should pay special attention in the first half of this phase. A good example is Terra Luna. No matter how many times you verify the smart contracts of Terra Luna or you audit their smart contracts, it does not help you evaluate the systemic risks of the project itself. So you would identify these when you're designing your system and looking at system requirements. And that's why I believe this approach is more or less the right way to do things and the right security principles to install in your team. Right, that was all for me. I guess. Any questions?
All right. Thank you, Aditya. Can we get another round of? Oh, we're doing questions. Okay, we're on time. 2 questions. Let's go.
So, are we allowed to talk about yesterday's outage on the finality? Yeah. So, and in the context of like.
Right. So, yep. The question is there was an outage on the beacon chain yesterday and for a few hours today morning. And the question is how these things help detect or prevent such outages. And the short answer is doing all of this only increases your confidence in the security of your applications. Nothing can guarantee that your applications are bug free. Right? Bug free is a very high bar to achieve. Even NASA doesn't achieve bug free programs. So it seems like the likely cause of the outage is something related to P2P. I don't want to get into the details here, but we do employ fuzz testing for that. It's hard to do formal verification for something that's so complicated. It's hard to prove to a computer the properties of enormous systems. So it's usually limited to small mission critical components. Fuzz testing, on the other hand, you can do on large systems. You simply have to generate random inputs. So fuzz testing has actually helped us achieve a more or less secure protocol. But of course, there are some edge cases that pass by. So I guess the short answer is, unless you have formally verified everything in your code, it's impossible to have no bugs.
All right, thank you, Aditya. We're going to try and keep to the schedule today. Everyone, big round of applause for Aditya. Thank you so much. And up next, I'd like to introduce Tamara, who is going to be giving us a wonderful presentation on user experience.
I didn't know it had to be wonderful. Hi, everybody. I'm Tamara Adlin, and I am giving you a 20-minute UX masterclass, which I originally wrote being a little snarky because nobody can learn UX in 20 minutes, but now I think I might have done it. So brace yourself. We're going to go fast. This is me, my bona fides, how you pronounce my name. Wrote a couple of books. I came up through Web 1, helped design Web 2. I'm trying to bring some sanity to Web 3. And I'm very excited about that. And currently, I'm an advisor to the fund and to the portfolio for Blockchain Ventures. And also, I do a lot of work independently. It's just me, one-person consulting machine. First, when you all think about a product, this presentation is a product. You guys are users. What do you users want and need from this presentation? I took a stab at it. I want more people to use my product. If UX means more users, then I want UX, right? I want instant improvement advice and shortcuts because that's what I was asked for in this presentation. I want best practices and design primitives and real examples of good and bad Web3 UX that I can copy on bad UX to avoid. I don't want to slow down and I want it all in 20 minutes. Fairly close, not bad, I think. Well, I'm going to give you what you want first, and then I'm going to give you what you need. You want real examples of good and bad Web3 UX, so let's take a look at some. I'm very interested in wallets I think they're a mess, and I think they're going to be a mess for a while, and that's okay because it gives us a lot to work on. Zengo is a relatively speaking a good one, and this one has come up before. And why is this good? Because instead of asking users to write down 16 words in 2 notebooks and keep one of them in a place that's unlikely to catch on fire, and to scribe those 16 words into a piece of metal, which is the irony in our world is insane. We are the highest tech people in the world, and we're telling people to store notebooks where they won't catch fire. Okay, instead of that, security is sort of done for you with a recovery kit. Users don't even necessarily know what the recovery kit is, they just know it exists, and so they feel safe. Yes, who owns the keys, whatever, but for new users, that is much less important than feeling secure in trying this stuff out to begin with. How do you want to get started? Very friendly language. Buy, receive, explore the app. And they're getting better even. And I love these guys. I don't work for them or with them, but I love them. This is a recent improvement that they made. Can you see it? It's one tiny blue button on the bottom of the toolbar there. Why is this so fascinating from a UX perspective? Because it's one button, you click it and you can see everything you can do. It's all the verbs behind one button. Pretty basic grammatically, right? And also great for users who don't want to get lost in these apps. Now, when you do click, it actually has a definition of what does it mean to receive, to send, to buy with multiple payment options. It's starting to answer some of the questions predictively that we know as humans other people are going to want to know, like, how do I pay for this if I'm buying something, right? So let's look at some bad patterns. First of all, these are not bad wallets. These are some of the best in class wallets. Near is here, and it's a great wallet. Phantom is a great wallet. However, they embrace bad patterns that we have industry-wide. Calling Web3 an industry is a weird thing to do. Here's the bad pattern. The empty state of wallets is fascinating. And if you ever want to assess how good a wallet is, look how confusing its empty state is. If you set up in your wallet, this is what you see: send, receive, top up, and swap. If I'm a relatively new person to Web3 and crypto, I'm going to have no idea what any of those things mean. That's a bad pattern. It's beautiful, but it's bad. Here in Phantom, which is the friendliest app, right? Well, it's friendly if you're used to really unfriendly wallets, which most of us are. Deposit, buy, and send. That's pretty clear until you click all 3 of those, and they lead to almost identical screens. I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm not sure what the verb is anymore, right? So even when we try to be friendly, we're not following through. Here's another bad pattern: painful minimalism. Oh, and yes, I call this if you know UX. I think it's really also interesting that this is supposed to be a great equalizer in technology. We are acting and designing in a very elitist and privileged way. Privileged in that we are the top point whatever percent of educated people in the world, and we're making all these decisions. And secretly, I think a lot of us are pretty proud of the fact that we know how all this complicated stuff works, and we're protecting that a little bit. And I have talked to people who said, well, if they don't know how to use it, if they don't know how to protect themselves, it's decentralized, they got to learn. That's a ridiculous way to think about an equalizing technology. Painful minimalism. Simple UI does not equal sparse UI. Let me say that again. Simple UI does not equal sparse UI. Just removing the complexity from an interface doesn't remove the complexity from the interaction. It just hides it. And hiding it under a rug doesn't make it go away. So I just redesigned all by myself this. I think this is another part of Near. I just put words on it. Just put some words on it. Transfer assets to your wallet using your public address. Use this QR code or copy and share your account ID. Words. We keep making up new words for shit. Public address, account ID, same thing. Why is it called account ID here? Because Near wants to start establishing that this wallet can manage all your accounts across the Near blockchain. That's fine until you actually get in front of users who are like, what the hell is an account ID and where's my public address? Picking on them, I'm not picking on them. I'm just telling you, everybody, we're all doing this, right? And this is just an easy example to show. We're getting better because we're simply adding Y to options. We're also getting better because FTX has disappeared from all of our interfaces, which is a good thing. Over here, you can see that even just adding MoonPay, new, no fees, very simple, very human, very Web 0, right? Card, Apple Pay, or bank transfer. Coinbase Pay, buy or transfer from Coinbase. Just adding a few words. And yes, there's a thought in UX that nobody reads, but yes, they do a little when they're confused and they don't know what's going on. And I think we're starting to realize that clarity is not a sign of technical weakness. Again, I think this is a very engineering-driven culture that we're in, and that's fine until it isn't. And developers are extremely good at developing. Doing UX is not necessarily in their strong suit. And even if they are great UX people, they can't be a developer and a UXer at the same time. Okay, so clarity is not a sign of technical weakness. This over here, again, buy crypto with a shopping cart. Again, Web 0 imagery, right? It doesn't make them look weak, pathetic, or technically inept. It makes them look friendly and trustworthy in the trustless world, right? And here, Rainbow. Rainbow is willing to explain, choose a payment option to buy crypto. Ratio or Ramp, which are still confusing, but at least you get some fees and some previews of those a little bit. Still confusing though, makes me wrinkle my brow. And we're also getting better in the zeitgeist. So this is Mati Levy presenting at Starkwave sessions in Tel Aviv. UX, he says, security should not be solely measured by its resilience to attacks, but also on the ease of adoption and protection against user errors. Security starts and ends with how well a user can enjoy that security, right? You were talking about this earlier with keys, and that's true. And so many people, when they have heard about crypto disasters. They do not think safe. They think somebody dropped their hard wallet into a dump in London and lost $850,000, and the city won't let them dig it up. These are the stories. I want to give you the real answer, right? The real answer to this, none of these examples matter. First of all, there aren't best practices in our industry because we are infants. We are like prenatal in terms of user experience, right? And following, there are patterns, but they're not best patterns, right? There are a bunch of people following each other around and copying each other's UIs, but that doesn't mean that they're good UIs that you should copy. None of that matters nearly as much as clarity, specificity, and alignment on some really basic questions. Who exactly are you building for? And it's not the masses. That is not an acceptable answer. It's not the billion, okay? Which problems will your product solve for those people? I love that earlier we heard, instead of solving crypto problems for crypto people, we should solve people problems for people. How is it different than all of the others that are out there, and why should users care about your differences? You may say that it's different because it's blue instead of pink. Well, does that matter to users? I don't know. Here's the real secret. You have to slow down to speed up. I have been a UX expert, freaking guru status for like 25 years. And I can tell you the lesson, the shortcut of the last 25 years is not, there is no shortcut. The shortcut is we have built all of the tools for you to help you understand your users and what they want and need, and they are just sitting there waiting for you when you are ready for them, right? So if your product starts to get a little slow in terms of user adoption or high in terms of churn, the tools are all out there waiting for you, and that's the good news. My job is strategy and UX, and my tool set is really annoying questions. I am extremely annoying to my clients, so that's a selling point. What are your measurable goals? Every client says they have them. None of them do, because even if you write measurable goals, if 2 or more people get together in the same room who are stakeholders, something changes and no one writes it down, and you're never going to see a C-level person say, I don't remember what our goals are. I'm just going to leave it at that. Who exactly are your potential users or customers? What do they want to need? Which ones do you have to delight to reach your goals? Again, what are you offering? What do you need them to do at every step, and can they do it? OpenSea came up earlier. I was thinking earlier, like, let me just pick some example that we've all heard of that I've never worked. I don't know anybody at OpenSea. I don't have a particular problem with OpenSea. It's just famous, so I picked it. Let's pretend they hired me, which they have not. They're welcome to. Let's say that they have a pretend goal that is increase traffic and sales by 20% over the next 6 months. Probably not far from the truth, right? And maybe they have a strategy already. Maybe their strategy is to help popular non-technical people create and advertise NFTs for sale on our site to draw more mass market users. Probably also not that far from the truth, right? Okay, so here's how I would approach this. I would say, first of all, let's get rid of the word user. User is a 4-letter word, cute thing to say. It's also extremely toxic. I can say user right now and user in 5 minutes and mean totally different people, but still seem like I'm user-centered. That gets exponentially worse when you have multiple people talking about the word user. Users, mass adopters, fans, super fans, crypto natives, small time NFT collectors, all of those are bad words because they could mean different things to different people within seconds. Instead, what I do is I would tell OpenSea, let's sit down and write a bunch of statements that start with the words I want and I need out of the mouths of the people that we want to buy NFTs. Same thing for sell NFTs, right? And then I would look for patterns. And two of the potentially quick alignment personas that would come out of this could be Serena, super new, super fan. I want to support my favorite artist or athlete. I'm willing to jump through hoops to get their attention. I want to show off my status as a super fan. I want access to special stuff. I'm not into anything crypto-y, at least not yet. I don't want to do anything that makes me feel dumb or at risk, and crypto currently does both. There's your billion. There's your billion. Then there's Egon Early Opportunity, who's a crypto head who is looking some really good deals on artists that are likely to become popular. So he's looking at all of these small-time artists who are posting something new. Then I said, well, who does Serena a super fan of? And I literally put into Google, I just launched NFTs on OpenSea, and I picked the first result that I found, which was some guy named Voronkov, right? And now I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me go back. So here, annoying questions can lead to goals and personas, which can lead to what I call magical sentences. And these are the shortcuts. It's not easy to get to them, but if you can get to them, you're going to be in very good shape. Our primary goal is to increase traffic and sales by 20% over the next 6 months. And if we don't make Serena super new super fan ridiculously happy, we won't hit that goal. Egon's already all over OpenSea. Egon's already looking around. Egon's willing to hack through the underbrush to get to those great deals. Serena is the only way we can get that 20% number because she's not on OpenSea yet, right? And she's the one that we hope all these new creators will drag along with her. Then what I do is I use the personas and basic heuristic to look at experiences. 1994. This is a list of user experience heuristics by Jacob Nielsen, one of the earliest UX people out there. I put up 1994 heuristics because if your products do not meet these very basic rules of what makes people able to understand technology, you are failing. I didn't have to search for anything newer because most Web3 projects do not meet these. So if you want to win, let's pretend it's 1994 all over again. I'm not going to go through the whole list because of time. Speak the user language and consistency and standards, and a really interesting thing called Jacob's Law, which is people spend more time on other people's products than they do on yours. And let's see how these are relevant. Let's imagine Serena, super new, super fan, wants to support this guy Voronkov, who just launched 3 NFTs on OpenSea. She's like, oh, look, Instagram, NFT on OpenSea, whatever the hell that is. I'll click the link. I'll go to OpenSea. I'll take it. They're like $1 or they're free. So what happens? She goes to OpenSea. This is Voronkov's page. Why? Because the user experience for him as an artist is not great either. It enables him to put in so little information that this is Serena's experience of him. Empty blocks. This is also a user experience problem on the creator side, and it impacts the purchaser side. The verb on this page is make offer. That's not what Serena expected to do. She expected to buy an NFT, and if she clicks that, then it becomes connect your wallet, which assumes that she already has a wallet, which she does not. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt and imagine that she's going to click on some of these options. This is what happens to her. She clicks on some of these options, and again, Jacob's Law, people look at other people's products more than your own. This is the OpenSea UX, even though it has nothing to do with anything OpenSea built. This is the barrier they're putting between her and getting $1 worth of NFTs from Voronkov, which I guarantee you OpenSea wants her to do. So is OpenSea a good UX? If you look at it through the point of view of Egon Early Opportunity, probably. I put a bunch of these in green. Serena, not so much. So if we go back to our magical sentence, if our primary goal is to increase traffic and sales by 20% over the next 6 months, and we need to make Serena superfan super happy, no. The answer is no, it is not. If you can take the clarity of that perspective, then it gives you a lot of goodness. Okay, let me look at one of their competitors, because you can also use your personas to look at the experiences that your competitors are offering. For some reason, she's not into Voronkov, she's into some athlete. whatever, right? And she wants to come over here and tip off your collection with a pack featuring limited moments from top stars in the NBA, $10. She's like, okay, $10. All right, why not? Okay, so what happens? You have to look at the end-to-end experience. First few experiences are fine. Buy a pack. We're setting it up. You can create an account with Google or Apple. Oh, look, here it is. It's loading. And then the sad trombone happens, because in these slides, identity check is required. Let's get you started of where was your ID issued, and then continue. And now I'm just going to let this speak for itself. This is the next screen. It's asking for a driver's license, state ID, passport, passport card, permanent resident card, non-citizen travel document, visa, or work permit for a $10 startup pack of whatever it is that Top Shot is selling. This is why you have to look at end-to-end experiences, and it doesn't matter that you're integrating with other people. Whoever you integrate is your experience too. But we have to have them connect a wallet. There's no way around that. Here's the other problem. If you guys can reinvent money, then don't tell me that you can't figure out a way for somebody to collect a $10 NFT as our first NFT without connecting a damn wallet. Don't tell me that. I refuse. Thank you. Thank you for the applause. Also, the opportunity to use bullshit in the slide. Here's Cent. I do work with Cent. I'm an advisor to Cent. An artist, you can subscribe and collect. Both of those lead to enter your email to subscribe. Magic link. Okay, annoying, but still magic link, whatever. Then click your email. And then guess what? Add it to your collection. You've collected 3 of 5 of your 3 NFTs for the day. Done and done. I don't care where the keys are. It's a free NFT. But now I have it, right? And now all of a sudden, the billion are coming online. You're going to reinvent a lot of big stuff like money. You cannot reinvent or shortcut user-centered design because you cannot reinvent people. Stop trying to reinvent everything. Just reinvent the thing you're reinventing, please. It'll make your lives so much easier. Before you worry about design best practices, make sure you can answer all the questions on the next slide, because that's the best practice and the shortcut. Conveniently, I've labeled this slide with an instruction. Take a picture of this slide. You're welcome, because everybody does that anyway. The magical sentence is, if you go home to your project and you ask all these questions and get to specific answers, and remember, the answer can't be, one of the clients that I worked with, we realized we had a breakthrough when we realized that the word institution was getting in our way. Not specific enough. We realized that we all didn't know what we meant when we said institution, financial institution. Question every word. Also, MacBukowski.com, I met him at ETH. He's genius, and he put out this free little guide to creating your Web3 homepage to differentiate your product. It's free. Go home, do an offsite, go through his little guide. It also asks you all these hard questions. The heuristics are out there, and then I have a couple things, and I'm creating my own list of heuristics, which you can take a picture of. It's not done yet. And that's what I've got for you. And I'm happy to take questions, and I'm doing a roundtable.
All right, big round of applause for Tamara. Thank you, Tamara. Up next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Murray Newlands, who will be leading us on a panel on all sorts of cool stuff.
Thank you very much. I'm Murray Newlands. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I'm delighted to join my panelists. We're going to be talking about investing in ecosystems. Keith from S&Z, Alice has a family office, and Tess from Tess Ventures. There are only 3 chairs, so I'm standing. So I'm in charge. That's the way I like it. I don't know if they're going to like it, but that's the way it is. And we don't have any slides today. I'm Murray Newlands with One Piece. One Piece is a fund and an incubator based here in Silicon Valley. We had last incubator batch, which was about metaverse with Upland. We have a Web3 focused fund. Our new next batch will start in July 11th. We're running a series of events and online contests with Say Chain. With that, I'm going to hand over to the panelists to introduce themselves. Alice, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alice. I'm the founder of my own family fund. I invest in Web3, AI, and energy. A little bit about my own background. I graduated with a degree of material science.
Karaoke.
Sorry, material science and engineering from UC Berkeley. I was the technical director of an energy startup, so that's kind of where my focus on the energy sector came from. And then I later came back to Silicon Valley and started working on the VC side. And I got into the Web3 space because I met an amazing founder here who initially came up to me to ask if I do investments in Web3. And I said no at the time, but he really took the time to explain to me his what his project is about, which is a omni-chain DeFi product. And then he told me what Web3 is and how it brings transparency, ownership, and immutability to the world. And that's how I kind of got interested in Web3 and started looking at Web3 projects. And I'm still good friends with this founder. He is actually selected to be one of the first 5 projects to be built on the new Layer 1 chain created by Sean Lee, the ex-founder of Algorand. So diving back into Web3 investments, we are now very determined to drive innovation and growth in this decentralized world. And I value and support all the entrepreneurs and projects who are constantly breaking the limits and pushing the boundaries for what is possible in Web3. And some areas of interest include DeFi, infrastructure, gaming, general Web3, as long as it's a project that brings along great impact. I'm happy to support and help. And we also want to build a diverse and inclusive ecosystem for all of us here to further support promising founders, projects, developers, and of course the investor community. And so, yeah, that's
Thank you very much. Tess, over to you.
Thank you. I'm Tess Howe, founder of Tess Ventures. Feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. I post a lot there. Thank you, Murray, for inviting us and having this wonderful event. Thank you to all the organizers here. First, quick background: serial entrepreneur. Started my first company really young at 16. With the degree, did well on that, but lots of trade-off, lots of sacrifices, but made it happen. That allowed me to really dive into investing in startup. Why? Because of my 4 youngest siblings and the startup that I started early, and love leadership team sports. And I feel I'm able to dive into Web3, AI, who are founders of all ages, from super young to those who are super experienced, super seasoned. So Test Venture invests in Web3 AI. And actually, because we've been investing for almost 15 years, we've actually been stage agnostic, sector agnostic, but our sweet spot is early stage. If you look at my LinkedIn, you'll see we've invested in over 100 companies that are in the Web3 space, companies such as Animoca, because Yatsu is a good friend, Yuga Labs, Kraken Crypto Exchange. So we've been in the industry long to see where it's moving, and we want to help move the needle. We're founder friendly. We really actively believe in investing and becoming a strategic investor where we help the founders. And the area of help could be in many components, but we are based out of Silicon Valley. But I've been humbled and honored to be invited to speak around the world. So was in 5 countries, and next week I'll be in 4 more countries to help evangelize. Further, we started Gaia Labs, which is a first Web3 AI incubator, spotlighting female, and a lot of male supporters are involved too. So a lot of the industry leaders are also involved in Gaia Labs. Many of you guys are sitting here. So offline, feel free to ask me more about that, but very excited. And feel free to come up to me later and learn more. But, follow me on the Twitter and socials. LinkedIn is one where I educate a lot about what's happening at Web3, and look forward to everything.
Keith Chen, SNZ Capital, managing partner. So SNZ is a crypto native, community-oriented crypto fund. So we start from China, and we were one of the earliest supporters of Vitalik and the Ethereum Foundation since 2015. So that's what we originate from, is from the Ethereum community. It's really my great honor and the pleasure to merge it here locally in San Francisco in the Ethereum community. So I stayed in Texas about 10 years. I just moved here last year, but I definitely get into crypto really early in 2010 or some-ish, mining Bitcoin. But for fund, we officially launched our fund in 2018, and we engage in a lot of the Ethereum community globally, not only in China, but in Hong Kong, locally in here in San Francisco. So we supported a lot of other ecosystems as well, but our investment strategy is more focusing on innovation, not only in technology, but also in business models. So that's pretty much who we are. And last year we hosted an event with the Ethereum Foundation in Chase Center. So I bet some of you guys were there. So that's pretty much what we do, and we really supporting Ethereum Foundation and the ecosystem, and still our investment strategy will cover most of the Ethereum like roadmap and technology challenges. And our typical check size is in about 2 million and below, but more focusing on angel or like pre-seed and very early stage. Hopefully, yeah, I can talk to you guys, some of you guys later in here.
Thank you. So let's talk about investing in ecosystems and what your thesis is for that. Let's start with you, Tess. I know you do a lot of investing with alongside Animoca and you got Lao. So talk to us about how you invest and why that, what that matters, how that matters with ecosystems.
Right. So very fortunate because I also build a relationship with founders. So when you know that a founder who has able to put together an amazing founding team, they're going to put together an amazing ecosystem. So obviously Yatsu is one of those. He's always been passionate, dedicated in gaming. So later when there was the opportunity for more tokenization, which is through NFTs and various other mechanism. He decided that just focus on building, helping those in the ecosystem, helping bring the Web2 gaming into Web3, and the organization is amazing. They help each other. The portfolios are also synergetic. That's what we do at Test Venture. We invest based on cross pollination, meaning we really do, especially at this stage, invest in founders that we feel that they can have value to the other portfolios and that our portfolio can help. That's how the ecosystem, the tribe, because you trust, you earn trust, can get bigger and more successful together. So you end up winning together. For those who do invest in more silo opportunities, which is great, it's a different type of thesis, but you're not going to get the power of having many people help. So we also invest. Test Venture is an investor in Aptos, which is also a layer one. In the early days, very fortunate through one of my entity, also early round investor in Solana, early into Bitcoin as well. So through the different cycles of the last 8 years, seen the ups and downs. So I have the privilege of calling all my founders up last year and telling them we should probably relax the valuation, not have any ego, make sure you have enough funding before the market drops. So many did not listen at first, but many later did. So I can say Test Ventures portfolio, a lot of the founders are doing well. They're going to have enough to weather through the next few years of the cycle. But I think it's important where Web3 AI is something that's coming together now. And one of my top portfolio company, Networky, which is powered by Signal XYZ, is a company that's helping, bridge the gap between the two. And they're building an ecosystem which everyone can be part of. So feel free to check that out too. Networky, you can follow them on social, and we can talk more about this afterwards. But I think between all these different ecosystems, you're going to see that if you can be part of one of these, ask those that are leading it for help. They'll help you get into the different events, introduce you to the right people. Test Venture does that too. We have a team of 10 globally, and we host events. We are part of events around the world. So feel free to let us know how we can help you.
Thank you. So Keith, obviously you've been part of the Ethereum community since the very early days. What has that meant to you and your fund?
Actually, it meant a lot because we actually grown from the Ethereum community. So very early stage when we talk about Bitcoin and very exciting like engineering solution, right? So when we talk about Bitcoin, hey, what is Bitcoin actually? A very early stage. It took me a while to understand, but generally it's like a peer-to-peer payment system. But definitely it doesn't solve the either like a scalability or either like stable like a currency, right? So that's the two, I think, the pillars for a payment system. But later on when the smart contract comes out, and I thought, oh, this is really big idea because this is, I think, so far still the biggest narrative in crypto. Everything like a DeFi, all those kind of stuff is built up on the smart contract. So I think this is means a lot to me and also a lot to my fund. Since then, we built up on that and we supported the Ethereum Foundation. And like I mentioned earlier, last year we had a really great event with the Ethereum Foundation in the Chase Center here locally in San Francisco. So a lot of things being planned out there and being foreseen there with all the good presentations and the guys, Vitalik and also Aditya previously, the first presenter this afternoon. So that's pretty much that means to us, and also we're gonna still keep that kind of like going and supporting Ethereum Foundation and our investments. This is still more focusing on the tech roadmap, mostly following the tech roadmap of Ethereum and, for example, the liquid staking recently, and also the account abstraction, later on the MEV stuff, and as well as the dank sharding, right? So there's a lot of cool stuff and gonna going on in the next few years. So we are really excited to support Ethereum and to work with some of the builders here together. Yeah.
Thank you. So Alice, same question to you. What does it mean? Which ecosystems are you looking at and why?
So since we are at BuildETH, I'll just use the Ethereum ecosystem as an example. So what's unique about Ethereum, as Keith said just now, when it launched in 2015, it brought up this new whole concept of smart contract. And I think it was one of the most powerful innovation at the time, because it really enabled developers to start writing codes that can automatically execute transactions, enforce rules, and trigger different events on blockchain, which solved a lot of limitations that the Bitcoin scripting had. And this definitely led to many, many more development of decentralized applications and wider range of use cases, especially in the DeFi sector. So this programmability is one thing that attracts investors to invest in ecosystem like this. And second is because of they have this smart contract, being the first one to create and use it, Ethereum was able to build a large and active developer community that possesses a wealth of resources, tools, and frameworks such as Infura, Truffle, and of course the Ethereum virtual machine that simplifies the whole process of deploying the apps on chain. And this community continues to contribute the ongoing development and evolution of the Ethereum blockchain platform, ensuring that it remains robust and flexible. So this community and flexibility it built would be like the second reason why it's very attractive. Adding more to that, the interoperability. Ethereum was designed to be interoperable between with other chains and protocols, making it easy to integrate with different services and systems. So that again further enable developers to build more powerful and scalable applications. So I think it has built a healthy and good ecosystem for developers, projects, and of course the chain itself and the investor community. And that's what's valuable about the Ethereum ecosystem.
Awesome. So I think we have about 3 minutes left. So 1 minute from each of you on what you're looking to invest in and why. So we'll start at this end and we'll go this way. Alice, what are you looking to invest in and why? And what are you not looking to invest in?
Well, as I said before, some areas of interest include DeFi, infra, gaming, basically general Web3 stuff, as long as a project that brings along great impacts. But personally, I really like infra projects because it's like the Lego building blocks, and the infrastructure projects sets the foundation of the decentralized applications that builds on it. And my sweet spot is also early stage from pre-seed to seed. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Tess.
I'm extremely interested in the ZK technology area. Our portfolio, is actively, obviously, looking into that. And I think the you got layer 3 is coming up. That's modular blockchain. That's very interesting too. So we have a team of experts that do look into what is coming up and how that can be useful, and look for the you know enduring founders that would be in that area. There's a lot of great projects coming out of the various schools here, from Berkeley to Stanford, that I've been in touch with, and there's just amazing people in this area that you can meet up with every day. But I think what's interesting is there's going to be a little bit of interesting in the coming year and next year of what's going to shake out. So there obviously is so many different layer 1s and layer 2s, but it's going to be the builders and the projects that's going to choose which protocol, which area they want to build under. And I think it is important that it comes down to the execution of the teams. So again, I think everything comes down to the team. And I feel, this year, if everyone's already been through the worst, this year it may get a little bit more choppy. But I think, from our team's perspective, the end of the year things will, pick up, and then next year will be better. So for all of you who have been having a tough time building, or moving from projects to projects, just stay confident. You may need a side hustle, but it's important that you've been doing this for so long. You should, make sure you stick with the teams, or, join teams that you think is really here for the long term. So we are long. We do believe that every great project, every great team does take, years to succeed. And if you look at historical, that's what happened. But at the same time, you do need to have, your initial team that you're with ready, your initial PowerPoints really ready, your vision, and the right investors involved, the right strategic investors. So, hope everyone just, push through all this.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have like a core values like a for builders by builders. So yeah, that's our core value. And I think what we are interested in actually very simple, innovative ideas and business models, technology wise or business models. And the other thing is always people, right? So if you are interesting guy, or you have interesting ideas, please find us. Yeah, thank you.
I think that's it. We're on time. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Up next, I'd like to introduce Mr. David Snyder.
Hello, everybody. This is a 10-minute talk. This will absolutely be the most interesting talk of the day if you're about to walk out. This is the future of key management, which deals with onboarding and automation. So please have a seat if this is an interesting topic to you, because the same thing that you hear from VCs on the panel is all over Twitter. This is new information. Excellent. Well, see everybody. This will probably also be on Twitter. All right, as mentioned, my name is David, and I'm one of the co-founders at this project called Lit Protocol. And the reason that we're here is to bring more agency to the web. And so one of the things that we often talk about is how can we make it easier for developers to build the decentralized web? And that's really the core question that got us started on this path of exploring distributed keys. And so why do we need distributed keys? If anybody's ever seen the Matrix trilogy, you may be familiar with this character known as the Keymaker. And in the perspective of thinking about keys, what is the Keymaker? The Keymaker is a centralized trusted custodian. And then spoiler alert, if you've ever seen this series of films, that Keymaker gets compromised and he lets Neo, the main character, into the back end of the machines, causes a lot of problems. This is a fun example, but we know from many hacks that happen all over the place all the time, that centrally holding keys, even in things like Magic Link, where the keys are stored in AWS's enclaves, I know it was mentioned earlier, is a problematic attack vector. And so it really comes down to this fundamental question of where are keys stored? And this is a non-trivial question. And another way to kind of articulate this question is, can the internet keep a secret? And that is what we have been up to at Lit Protocol through distributed key management. And of course, we all kind of get to stand on the shoulders of giants. Oh, looks like this is an old version of the slide. Well, anyway, there's a few folks worth kind of calling out, some of the kind of originators of multi-party computation, threshold secret schemes, and secure encrypted virtualization. And these are some of the core components that make this system possible. So I'll just quickly define these components, and then the rest of the talk will be about applications and use cases. A DKG is a distributed key generation. That's the core cryptographic process at the heart of this. It enables a bunch of parties to come together, exchange some polynomials, and as a result of that process, each of those parties now has something called a key share, which is a part of an underlying key. And it's only when a threshold, in the case of lit, it's 2/3 or 20 out of the 30 nodes on the network, authorize a given decryption or a signature, which are functionally the two features of cryptographic keys in general, can that process, can that operation be completed? Then there's also proactive secret sharing, PSS. What that is the mechanism for, okay, we're making the claim that the internet is going to keep a secret and keep it forever and ever and ever. What happens as nodes join and leave this network over time? The secret sharing method, sometimes called a key refresh, is the method for making that happen, where you can essentially do something similar to the DKG, but maintain the same underlying secret and give out new shares, these new pieces of the key to different parties. And then all of these operations take place inside of a type of enclave. So what we've been talking about there, that's the mathematical or cryptographic protection of the distributed key. And then so the attack would be, well, what if I can get 2/3 of those computers and take the private key material off of them? The way that this network works is all of these operations take place in a black box inside of encrypted virtualization, where the node operator themselves cannot get access to that private key material. And so this is the method that we're using to let the internet keep a secret. And so as mentioned, there's kind of two use cases for this, encryption and signing. This is a quick diagram of saying, okay, somebody can set up a rule that says only somebody who owns my NFT can decrypt my post, which is encrypted on IPFS or on chain. And so let's say I'm a creator, I have a video, I can encrypt something, I can take that key and say, hey, lit, only give this key to people who follow me or who own my NFT. And that's the kind of work that has been doing by Lens Protocol, as a social protocol. They have a token gated mechanism inside of their SDK that is consuming the lit SDK underneath the hood for the purpose of validating, is this person following me on Lens? If so, let me give them access to that content. Also works for token gated messaging. There's a group called Orbis.club that has implemented this with lit. And okay, looks like my videos didn't come through, so that's okay. There's another group called Crebit, and they have done this for the purpose of having verifiable credentials, functionally like user-owned data stored on open web systems like Ceramic, where that data is encrypted, and then the user can basically do a selective disclosure and say, I want this person or this application to be able to read the data that's about me. And this becomes really, really exciting as we start to think about not just individual owned digital assets, but the non-financial benefits of Web3 crypto. That same screen that we've seen when we log in with Google, the consent screen that says, this application wants access to your contacts and calendar. And the current model is you say, yes, I consent to that. And you're telling Google, and then Google through the API scopes is sending that data to the application. We can start to imagine what that looks like as a first-party relationship between the individual who's carrying around this proverbial data backpack, as a metaphor that people like to use, and grant those decryption rights to a given user. And the data isn't stored on their device, it's stored on the open web. So wherever they are, wherever they're authorizing, they can do that kind of consent and selective disclosure. The rest of the slide had a lot of videos. Unfortunately, they didn't come through. We did a whole Dropbox upload, so there won't be too much. Oh, well, there it is. And then also decentralized data marketplaces. Groups like Streamer, which have been around for a number of years, are using lit to basically say, I have some data, I'm going to encrypt it and store it out in the open web on Arweave, IPFS, Ceramic. And then if somebody buys access to it, lit can validate that and then let that user decrypt that. And what's really cool here is, in this case, this applies to all the examples I just went through, but somebody encrypts some data client side and another party decrypts that data client side, and the two parties never had to have a handshake. They could be offline the entire time. 100 years can pass in between because lit is validating the rules and doing the key provisioning or the access to the decrypted data. And of course, the other side of keys isn't encryption, but is signing. We all kind of know about encryption in the context of Signal and encrypted messages, but signing is really what drives Web3. When we are signing data, we often refer to that as sending a transaction. We're signing a transaction, passing it up to a blockchain, a state change is occurring. And so this starts to get really, really exciting, especially in the context of how do we onboard the next 100,000, next million, next billion users into Web3. And basically the hypothesis that we have, be able to see if this video plays. We'll give this a shot. Can you, looks like the YouTube link is there. Okay, that's all right. Basically the benefit here is that a user's credentials, whether it's things like OAuth, so sign in with Google, SMS, email, Apple passkeys, can function as the user's authentication, where they authenticate into this distributed key, and then the distributed key can sign and authenticate and generate transactions, call smart contract functions in the open web. And we really see this is the pathway to kind of bringing in the next million. Looks like there's a question. Totally. So with the premise is that the key, the private key, isn't with the user, but is in this distributed network. And then the user has certain credentials, just like when you log into your bank, your email and password are credentials, or like a pass key is a method that Apple and Google and Microsoft have been working on in terms of kind of the passwordless future. And so what we've set up is a system where that user-owned credential can basically authorize a Web3 signature. And so you can authorize into the key, and then you say, oh, I want that key to like send 10 USDC from my wallet to another wallet. And so it's a mechanism to bring people onto Web3 without them having to basically custody their own private key material, and also without them having to trust some centralized custodian to hold the entirety of their private key material. Is that helpful? Yeah. So really, really excited about this. We got some exciting news happening on Monday, but I can't talk about yet. But a big project that has implemented this in the context of Discord and letting people generate new wallets with a / command in Discord, not have to custody any private key, and ultimately be able to like send messages, sign transactions, etc., all with / commands in Discord. Pretty excited about that from an onboarding perspective. There's also examples around DeFi automation. So we've seen some really interesting examples around like cross-chain swaps. There's a number of operations in DeFi. For example, let's say you've staked some tokens in DeFi. The current state of the art, as the price starts to drop, is you get a text message and you have to wake up in the middle of the night and be like, oh, wow, I better unstake my tokens and sell them for USDC because I'm about to lose a lot of money. There's no automation, there's no stop loss orders. But if we start to kind of switch our perspective and recognize that there can have keys in the cloud, now we can have automated agents signing on our behalf. And so it's a quick little conversation. There's other things to explore around verifiable credentials. There's other things to explore around content provenance in the world of AI. If you see me around the rest of the day, I'd love to keep talking about that with you. But I told you, oh yeah, the credential insurance, I'm getting the sign that to wrap it up. And it really comes down to this fundamental question of where are the keys stored. And just to say that we're in the midst of rolling out the network right now. We're undergoing a final audit, looking good for early August in terms of having the mainnet up for this thing. And yeah, would love to continue the conversation with anybody here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. All right, up next from Rainfall, I'd like to introduce Amit. Thank you so much. Here's your mic.
Thank you very much. I don't have a... so can you hear me well? All good? So how many of you here are familiar with this conversation around generative AI? Good. 3 honest people, everyone else lying right now, because that's been topic du jour. There are only 3 things I've found that hold true: death, taxes, and how now there's 1 billion people who are generative AI experts, right? And we have this as, it's not just topic du jour, but generative AI has become an integral part of people's lives that aren't just living in San Francisco, not in the bubble that we all live. I met a woman in Bogota, Colombia recently, who's doing her PhD in a very interesting topic, and she had her entire thesis um, researched, not written, but researched by ChatGPT. And that's brought up obviously a lot of debate around the role of generative AI, especially the large language models and AI at large in our lives. You know, we've had people like Jeffrey Hinton, who is the head of AI, or was till 3 days ago, the head of AI at Google, and considered the father of the modern generative AI movement, because a lot of what the research work he did gave birth to some of the neural net models that generative AI large language models are using. And he came out 3 days, 4 days ago and said, this has gone too quick, too far. It's starting to look like it's going to replace us. And this is really worrying. And I have to say, for people like that, Jeff, I have great respect for. I've been involved in the world of AI for about 17 years now. I started a cognitive AI lab called Zero here in San Francisco 17 years ago. And our thesis was to think about the future of cognitive AI with privacy as the primary foundational belief system. And we spent 16 years with neuroscience and biomimicry and came up with algorithms that run entirely on the edge, but can still do full multi-sensory recognition like you expect with the large language models without ever having to suck your data into the cloud. And in this small lab with 18 people, researchers working on this across the world, we, with our average intelligence, could tell already that this is not 40 years out, this is not 30 years out. It's very surprising to hear these eminent scholars come back and talk about how generative AI reached this point, or AI has reached this point so soon that we're going to have all of these existential challenges that we're seeing with AI now. And the existential challenges are true. You know, we have AI that's getting smarter and more cognitive, and will it replace us one day? Will it have more intelligence than us? Will it have sovereign intelligence where it stops becoming the agent of us, or us as a society at large, and starts to represent its own interest? And those are valid conversations to have. But the deeper conversations to have are around everyday issues that will affect our lives. So the first issue that affects our lives significantly is the issue of privacy. So how many of you are familiar with the way large language models, or GPT, work? GPT is generative pre-trained transformer, right? It's pre-trained and it works as well as the amount of data it is trained on. And so it needs a lot of data, and that data comes from a whole bunch of places. But one of the primary generators of this data is us, all of us sitting in this room. 600 trillion gigabytes of data comes off our different devices every year. This is what is largely ingested by the big tech companies. I call them GAFA-BAT. They're more than just FAMGA, because you have to include Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, and Tesla, which are all big data companies, basically. And they are ingesting this data and converting it into business models, because they don't sell our data. Facebook and Cambridge Analytica was stupid and an exception, but they're selling business models around that data. And it's our data. And it's something that we have gotten so used to in this convenience economy of social media that we don't think about the implications. So let's think about the implications really quickly. We live in a free country, I guess, relatively, where the loss of your privacy to a social media company or to a large language model from OpenAI has maybe inconvenience. Maybe you feel like, oh, wait, this is not convenient. But there are countries in the world where things that you say in the privacy of your home or your car or what you type can have implications relating to persecution. In some countries, it's prosecution. And we've seen examples in a few countries where it can lead to execution. It's very easy for us to sit here in our little privileged bubble and think about the next billion-dollar opportunity around a large language model. And there are many, and I will address a couple very quickly. But the reality is that we need to take a step back with everything that we're doing. And our space, the decentralized space, is the best example of just that, which is we've stopped asking the question, why? Why are we building what we're building? We've gotten so focused on what we're building and going out and telling the 3 VCs who were on the panel what we're building and then why it's so cool because of how we built it. We've forgotten the why. Our space was born not 17 years ago. It goes back about 30 years. The first efforts in decentralization came not from the Western world. They came from Eastern Europe, the former Soviet bloc. They came from Argentina, Venezuela. You can see common threads. It's where freedom, control over currency didn't exist or doesn't exist. The how is almost irrelevant. We can get to that. The why is very, very fundamentally important. And the why of Web3 is creating a future society of, by, and for the people. And that's why we build the infrastructure we build. That's why we think about the token models we think about. And so applying that, I love this quote by Buckminster Fuller. We are called to be the architects of the future, not its victims. And in that context, if we think about this huge, huge opportunity around generative AI, the interplay, the intersection of generative AI and decentralization, generative AI and tokenization represents one of the biggest opportunities we'll see. And so I'll actually take the remaining time to walk you through that opportunity. The biggest issue large language models are going to face, the GPTs of the world are going to face, is lawsuits around the output of a transform. There's going to be copyright issues. There's going to be trademark issues. There's going to be IP issues. And there's lawyers, before they're all replaced, but there's lawyers getting ready for massive class action lawsuits around output. And that is really, really factual, because a lot of the challenges around output goes back to the provenance and the source of the data, both at pre-training time. Was it data that you put out, you didn't intend for someone to commercialize? And then the whole idea of prompts. As we interact with these large language models with more and more clever prompts, that is still our intellectual property. That involves personal information. We're getting the output that we want, but our personal information is going in to the next round of training of the large language model that you might use. My intellectual property. And so provenance of the data is going to be one of the big opportunities that we, as a decentralized ecosystem, can start building for. The greater challenge, though, is going to be around outcomes. So it's not just the output of the large language models, it's the outcomes. Because the outcomes can have fiduciary implications, the outcomes can have social implications, and as soon as the first person who commits suicide after a long philosophical debate with ChatGPT will result in a very different piece of attention to this space. And instead of going down the road of either it's Wild West, LLMs can do whatever they want, or then regulators are going to come and shut everything down, there is an opportunity for us to build the responsible provenance model in between. So eventually, to me, the existential conversation of AI replaces us is less about artificial intelligence and more about augmented intelligence. AI assists us in doing what we have to do much better, much faster. We can focus on bigger, greater things instead of focusing just on the daily chores that we do today as white collared workers. But the second part, which ties all of us together, is this idea that the future of AI needs to be what I call the commons AI, the people's AI. And that ties into our Web3 philosophical underpinning, which is of, by, and for the people. And so instead of stopping things, we get into the model of saying, great, we are all participants now in the future of large language models. It's our data. If we can start having an income from it, if we can control, if we can have provenance, if we can figure out that when there are outputs that are used commercially by someone, does that provenance tie back to us? And that is nearly impossible to do until our world steps in. And once we start to put provenance on chain and tokenize the output, suddenly we start shifting from this conversation of AI replacing us to AI representing us, the commons AI. And so I'll end with this. I want to keep time for questions. We have 5 minutes, right? The work that we did with Rainfall was baked into all of these philosophical underpinnings. How do we allow people to create an income from their data, having sovereignty over it, whether it goes into a large language model or whether it goes to a business that benefits and can serve you better? We built edge-based generative AI that works on your devices, so your data never leaves the device. And it represents you both as a knowledge model as well as an agent, so it can make sure that your data is used with provenance. And if income comes back, it comes back to you appropriately. And I love this saying from Ramdas because it really, really aligns with the way I think we have to think of the world of AI going forward. At the end of the day, we're just walking each other home. And as we think of exponential technology and as we think about the why and for whom we're building this, we can think of it as augmented intelligence because it, along with us, the builders, we're walking each other home. Thank you. Love to take some questions if you have any.
Hey. Oh, hi. I was just gonna ask, what do you think are some like important use cases AI can bring into the Web3 space or blockchain technology?
Good question. Thank you. Wonderful setup as well. By the way, he is the most focused eater I have ever met in my life. He was just sitting there in a trance as he was eating. So one of the we call it magic moments that we're working on with partners, business partners on the Rainfall side. Very famous car company. I sit on the global mobility board of this company, and we're working on use cases where data generated in the car combined with data generated on the device of the user can create predictive models for when the best time to charge the car at the best ESG rated charging station is, where they will have, it's more green powered than another charging station. And instead of that user going and plugging their car in at home or at the office, if they just waited for the 3 to 4:30 football practice, soccer practice that they're taking their son to, the charger half a block away not only has the highest ESG rating, but it also has a Joe and the Juice, which has dairy-free milk, which is what the mom that always goes for coffee with this driver needs because of past preferences. And all of that gets monetized, that intelligence gets monetized back to the wallet, the sovereign wallet, self-sovereign wallet of that mother, the driver. And eventually you create a circular economy where those tokens are used by the charging station because they need to pay for the intelligence using the same token, right? And so you can start seeing how we start to fulfill the promise of why tokenization, right? And you apply it to people's lives. So that's just one example. We can chat offline about like 10 others that we're doing.
Now that, for example, Facebook Meta's large language model has been open sourced, how do you think that's going to affect the space? Some would say that Google and Microsoft actually don't stand a chance, given the fact that this has occurred.
I mean, so I think Llama changes some of the priorities of, as a developer, whether you use Llama or you use, GPT-4 or whatever variation thereof. Um, at the end of the day, people are going to build for the end use cases. And so I think the open source piece ties into our DNA much better. But at the end of the day, if what you're building for is enterprise class solutions for a particular area, you might find that the large language model lends itself better to a particular vertical than others, and you're going to pick that, right? But I think it changes the game of like, are you going to pay, as developers, are you going to pay that? It absolutely. So it changes everything in terms of the business model of existing LLMs. What it doesn't change is provenance. It doesn't change the issues of output and outcome. And I'm a big believer, as so I run a fund called Jet Ventures. I'm president of the Silicon Valley Blockchain Society, where one of the largest networks of institutional capital in this space. And my investor philosophy is that, generative AI is a good example right now. Most investors, average investors, follow trends. Really great investors pick trends early. But the best creators and the best investors in the world smell or see the socio-cultural tea leaves. They smell zeitgeist, right? And zeitgeist right now is headed towards the commons. Like if you're building for a big centralized party, you're probably not going to get the next 10 years of return. And so things like privacy, things like sovereignty, things like provenance, they all come into play of zeitgeist. And I don't think that Llama helps achieve that, right? And that will come next. We'll see more. Rainfall is one example. Hopefully there'll be, a ton more that come up with privacy and provenance baked large language models. Well, just so that others can hear you.
And
you think most of this data will be on chain, or there'll be a mixture of off chain, on chain?
The metadata or the provenance of this data will be on chain. The actual stores can be decentralized or centralized. I don't think it will matter as much. As we get more efficient with on-chain storage of data, which we're not yet, then that becomes an option. But I think the idea is to be the agent rather than the gatekeeper, right? So it's not binary, right? Like my general approach with life is we don't live in black or white. We live in 50 shades of gray and with better penmanship, but we live in 50 shades of gray. And it's a timeline that determines which shade we drop on. So we'll get to that thing that looks like white at one point, but it'll be a journey. And I don't think it matters, because as long as we don't say everything goes or shut down everything, and we find ways to solve it, which I think our community is distinctly, uniquely positioned to do, then we'll traverse that journey. Last one?
Sure.
Do you want to?
I mean, maybe it's just fit to be the last question. So could you maybe just paint a picture of exactly in details what would the future be like? Like the state of arts of models will be trained with my data without leaving my phones, and also will be attribute the revenue back to me, or I'm because I'm an engineer, I'm trying to come down to like specific technical details, like, and how do you slap blockchain into the picture to solve some of the issues that's not able to solve of the models today?
Yeah, I'm glad you completed that sentence because it was like, so what do you think the future will be? And I'm like, great. Do we have 4 hours? um, yeah, exactly that. I think you answered it in in that part where data that goes into large language models or small language models or what we call the social intelligence model um, will be provenanced. So if it aggregates into eventual usage of or generation of knowledge, any output, um, it will have attributes back. And not all of it will be monetizable, to be clear. But when monetized, whatever the business model of the eventual monetization, so someone might have a SaaS model to monetize it, someone might be monetizing that particular content, whatever it might be. If that knowledge, if that intelligence that's been generated, if the generative product has any provenance back to your original data in this example, but you can apply that to art or whatever it might be, then there should be an algorithmic way of both valuing that and then making sure you get that back. So in Rainfall, for example, whenever a predictive model is created from your data, that predictive model starts getting valued by our algorithms. And it's a predictive value. And so eventually, whether it's just data, it's just a predictive model of you, or the fact that 50 people at 6 o'clock are going to be hungry and there's colibri down the road there, if they were to get intelligence that there's 30 hungry people, they've finished an event, they've had coffee, what do you want to offer them to come in without ever revealing who they are? Our algorithms value that intelligence to Colibri in the same way that Uber predicts the value of a ride, and it creates an allocation of that value back to your wallet. And so if Colibri consumes that intelligence and pays 10 raindrops, which is our currency, 8.5 will flow back to all of us from where the data came from. So eventually that will be the model, whether it's Rainfall or a myriad other companies, and whether it interacts with the large language model or whether directly it produces the revenue, it won't matter.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. We are on a quick 20-minute break now. At 3:45, we will be breaking into roundtable sessions. So just to my right here outside this door, we will be talking about token economic best practices. In this main stage room, we will be discussing digital key management. And across the way, we will be talking about UI, UX best practices with Tamara, who spoke earlier. Thank you so much. Stretch your legs. Enjoy the sunshine. We'll see you back in a minute. Thank you.